She knows how to find it, grows everything she needs. She's a real wise woman with so much love to give. She gives so much cause she stays in touch with what her truest nature is. She's a green garden goddess. She hears the universe. She's out there with the planets, but she keeps it down to earth cause she's a wise, wise woman. She keeps my mind open, mind open. Yeah, she's a wise, wise woman. She keeps her heart open, heart open. Goddess, a sage of ancient ways, cultivating patience. Earth has her own pace. She's a real wise woman, a midwife and a teacher, a high vibration healer, dealing herbal remedies. And I got real high on love. She got me real high on love. Gateway drug, and the gates unlocked for us. Love is a wonder drug, and it grows wild, 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 wild by the wise, wise woman. She keeps my mind open, mind open. Yeah, she's a wise, wise woman. She keeps her heart open, heart open. She's a green garden goddess, daughter of the sun, sister to the moon, mother to everyone. Yeah, she's a wise, wise woman. She keeps my mind open, mind open. She's a wise, wise woman. She keeps her heart open, heart open. Yeah, she's a wise, wise woman. She keeps my mind open, mind open. Yeah, she's a wise, wise woman. She keeps my heart open, heart open.
Well, good evening. So, butterflies, I trust you're having a wonderful Wednesday evening. You are listening to Soma Fusion Radio with your host, Katie Kamara, on Soma Fusion Media. We are coming to you live this evening from the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. We are broadcasting to you live from Facebook Live, soma-fusion.com, YouTube, and the somafusionmedia.com website. For those who do not know who I am or what I do outside of this radio show, I am an Australian native who writes and talks continue to reach a worldwide audience while I continue breaking ground in alternative metaphysical science, thought and research, journalism, public speaking, illustration, and soulful emotional therapy. I am an advocate of human rights and access to justice, the development of healthy interpersonal relationships, trauma healing, and sovereign empowerment of men and women worldwide to reach the highest human potential to help people see themselves no longer as victims of any situation or hardships that they encounter throughout their lives. As a interdisciplinary and applied social sciences, psychology, and integrated alternative medicine, I'm also a healer with a firm base on the scope of the human mind, body, and soul. There's much to discuss tonight on Soma Fusion Radio. I hope you have your pens and paper handy, and like you do every week, I assume. Just listen, and if you can catch the archive of this show a little later. If you don't want to take your notes, obviously. But first, as always on this show, I do have to mention the official advertisers of Soma Fusion Radio. And tonight is the advertisers are Conscious Apparel Co., and they have stepped into the forefront of expanding consciousness through fashion. Conscious Apparel Co., they pride themselves in providing aesthetic apparel that performs the role of elevating consciousness and spreading love. You can find those guys at consciousapparelco.com with the promo code WEARE1, all one word, for 20% off of their apparel. We're also supported by Santosha Co., and they are a skincare company that I recommend and I use. They specialize in natural and organic skincare products, and their ingredients that go into their products are handpicked from their farm in Northern Wisconsin. You can find those guys at santosha.co. We're also supported by FNX Fitness, and they're located in North Salt Lake, Utah, and they're committed to creating innovative supplements of the highest quality that provide focus for a productive morning, energy to thrive all day, performance supplements to reach new goals, unique sleep and recovery formulas to support any goal. What am I saying tonight? Any sport, and healthy supplements to support an active lifestyle for years to come. You can find those guys at fnxfit.com, promo code COLLAB, COLLAB, for 25% off of all FNX Fit products. If you support me and my work, you can make a donation via PayPal or at Patreon at patreon.com/SomaFusion. Obviously, we have the Soma Fusion Academy, and I encourage you to come and join my courses. I do have a very big course coming up, Mindfulness levels 1, 2, 3, and masters. I will be opening the doors for that very, very soon. So you just have to go over to the website, soma-fusion.com, for more information. Or you can email me with your queries at the somafusionacademy@gmail.com. I am a co-host of another radio show with Dr. Margaret Rogers Van Coops, coming soon every Saturday. We're going to be starting on the 3rd of April at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's the Saturday night. Also, Goddesses and Devils, we are on hiatus. If you haven't already seen the notices that have been put up due to personal reasons and obviously workload, we will be back. Obviously, me and Amanda will be back with our show, because obviously it is a very popular show, and of course we wouldn't do that to you listeners out there. Stay tuned to all social media platforms and soma-fusion.com and the Soma Fusion Media Network for all show times, and keep up with all of my work and any announcements to come. You can make an inquiry, or if you'd like to be a guest on my show, you can email me at somafusionmedia@gmail.com. For new listeners who have never listened to my show, Soma Fusion Radio, it comes as no surprise. I am a radio show host who likes to raise awareness and educate to empower others to reach individual potential, mind, body, and soul. Being in the moment can transform even an ordinary circumstance into a profoundly moving experience while living in the moment. But one thing I do love is to delve into hard topics, especially those that are extremely taboo and critically controversial, or extremely academic to those who are involved in their own beliefs. I will let you know right now, I do explore them with critical open thinking and express them without judgment and social inclusion of all. One thing I will never do on my show is is express for you to jump exclusively on my boat of values, beliefs, or ideologies, but share them with you as a process of diverse learning as a unified, harmonious community. With that said, I encourage each and every one of you listeners out there to participate in our conversation. And please be reminded of this. You don't have to believe anything I say on this show, let alone if we have a guest, you don't have to believe them either. The most important thing for you to do is to research and learn for yourself with a curious, open mind. Now, of course, tonight's topic, as for the last month, is another exclusive topic that is so close to my heart. And of course, over the month, I've been covering huge topics and speaking exclusively on self-love. How do we improve ourselves? How do we doctor our soul? How do we know what our inner journey is? And if you haven't already heard March's shows, please go over to my YouTube channel. There is already 15 hours worth of content just for this month alone on this show. So if you have missed the shows, please go check out the archives. You can find them on my YouTube channel at Soma Fusion, Mind, Body and Soul. That's the name of the channel. Go over there after the show and then have a listen. But tonight we're going to be talking all about conscious living. The easy life. Wouldn't that be great? Isn't it our subconscious goal? Oh, well, maybe even our conscious goal. Let's get with it. But to get to the end, get to the hard road so that we can coast through life. Isn't that why millions of us buy lottery tickets each week? We imagine with millions in our pockets, life can become one big permanent vacation. And we can live on a beach somewhere, sit back, drink. Hey, who doesn't like a cocktail? Like, for real. And tan and bask in the glory of the easy life. We might even imagine that we have the perfect body with the perfect partner, the perfect children, and the perfect weather. And of course, come along with that, there's no health problems. And here in this fantasy, there are no problems, only peace and beauty. Okay. So you might be thinking, yeah, so I don't see the problem with that. Why are you trying to burst my bubble? Okay. But what if I told you this aimless fantasizing is taking you further from what you really want? So what is the problem here? Do we fantasize about getting a break from our everyday life? We think a break would give us the reset that we need. So we can come back to reality and settle back into our old routine and bear it all just for a little bit longer. The routine that is running us into the ground time and time again. Our routine feels like it could run on autopilot. The routine where we feel like we are on autopilot. If people were able to get out of this, live this or even get out of it, obviously, but I'll get into that a little bit later. But even if people were able to live this imaginary life, would our species have created anything of value? Would we have progressed to where we are today? Of course we wouldn't. We are totally unaware of our dream to escape. Because we are on autopilot. The majority of the population, the world's population, is on autopilot. We get up in the morning, have our coffee, go to work, come home, have dinner, go to sleep, and repeat. And somewhere in the process, we'll shower, shit, and shave. But we may harbor this type of fantasy about life without being aware. And if a part of us would prefer to escape our current circumstances instead of life through it or live through it, how does this affect our ability to be fully present? How does this affect our ability to have actual dreams and plans for our future and to take action to follow through on them? How does this hopeful fantasizing create barriers to getting present with reality and going after what we really want? But there is no road, there's no easy road ahead where pain and stress melt away, where problems don't exist. We must make a decision and a choice daily. Now, I emphasize the word daily so that we can practice and work towards the outcomes that we want in our life. However, we do not think, and I know I've been guilty of this, about how our daily habits have contributed to our current circumstances. Our current practices are the greatest contributor to where we are in our life right now. Unconsciously, we are inclined to, at times, overlook our contribution to the results that we have in our life. Facing this reality means getting real with ourselves. It means taking a good, long, hard look in the mirror, taking responsibility for what we have worked to create, and then deciding we want something else. It will also require work in the form of time and energy to produce a different result for ourselves. However, there are setbacks. We lull ourselves back into hopeful fantasizing as a substitute for actual work. And when we become more happily and unhappy going through the motions of life than actually taking our lives in a different direction. A direction that will require us to think, act, and be different. A direction that will require more focused work, but a direction where we will ultimately find more fulfillment. Most aspects of our lives are without a plan. And as a result, there is no way to check in with ourselves and know whether or not our daily practices are leading us closer to or further from the outcomes that we supposedly want in our life. Life becomes a blur, and it's all because we do not know the purpose of our routines and actions, and we find ourselves on the roller coaster of life, and we're just along for the ride. You know, James Cameron said, "Hope is not a strategy. Luck is not a factor. Fear is not an option." We tend to lean in too heavily to these elements of life when in fact we've just created them to keep us where we are safe, uncomfortably comfortable, and within our zone of familiarity. Frederick Douglass said, "If there's no struggle, there is no progress." Struggle allows us to improve. There has to be the right mixture of struggle and reward to improve. Take, for example, weightlifting. When we are lifting weights, we are creating micro tears in our muscle fibers. In turn, this will increase our blood flow and nutrition to help our muscles recover. In recovery, our muscles will grow and become stronger. So through physical challenges, we can grow and progress. Our brains are no different. Although we're not lifting weights with our brains, it can certainly feel that we are when we try new things. For example, learning a language, going for a run, or reading 30 minutes a day. For some, these tasks might be easy. For others, they might find 30 minutes of reading a struggle. New tasks create struggle and tension. But we must recognize them as opportunities for growth. We stretch our current abilities with practice, and our mind and body will adapt to our new practices. The struggle will improve our learning potential if we keep practicing. So, how will we accomplish what we want? Neuroplasticity is a term that describes the ability of the brain to adapt and wire itself according to experiences. Historically, neuroplasticity was thought only to play a role in childhood. However, it is now known to play a role in adult learning and throughout the human lifespan. Time and practice will be required to create a neural pathway and solidify new habits. But how will we accomplish what we want? Well, firstly, we need to stretch ourselves to grow. We need to challenge ourselves and struggle through it. When we need to expand the boundaries within which we've been living, to think ourselves as beings who can do and accomplish more in and with our lives. Hope can be helpful, but it's not actionable. And what we need more of in our lives are actionable items, practices, strategies, and plans where we are working towards a specific goal or result that we want for our lives. We need to be willing to put ourselves in situations as someone would with weightlifting, where work is required. We need to push past our limits, our comfort zones, and our typical habits and routines. We also need to give ourselves our goal time. Things don't happen immediately. And just as a weightlifter requires consistent practice and time to increase muscle mass and lift more, our goals need the same thing. We need to fall in love with the process. The outcome is something to shoot for. It gives us direction. However, once we reach a goal or destination, we do not stop there. We keep going because there is always more to learn and discover. Ralph Emerson said, "Life is a journey, not a destination." Hope is a blurry thing to focus on, believe it or not, because there's no substance to it. Our focus needs to shift to something that's tangible. A goal gives us something to work towards, which gives us a path to follow. And you have to be able to cut out the noise and focus on the task at hand. Life is a practice that will require our time and energy input. With new perspectives, we can arm ourselves with insight into how we can approach our current circumstances. We can view our lives more broadly and see how our beliefs and habits have shaped our lives. The point is not the insight of someone that might provide a person but the reflection a person does with that insight and how they decide to implement it in their own lives. Many live a life of quiet desperation. They just go with the flow, join the herd. Their only reward for living this way is that they are able to avoid trouble and live a comfortable life. What looks like comfort from the outside may in fact be killing them on the inside. After all, isn't it torture to go through the same routine 365 days a year and don't know why you're doing it? Of course it is. And therefore, it is important to live consciously by becoming conscious of your actions, emotions, desires, intentions, and finally, your purpose. So the subject of this evening is all about conscious living. What does it mean to live consciously? I can put it for you in simple words. To live consciously means that you are creating your life consciously rather than drifting along passively. It means that you're aware of the true desires and you're able to direct your energy for the progressive realization of those desires. It also means that you're becoming aware of any negative beliefs or thought patterns, releasing them so that they don't pull you down. When you're conscious, you feel good, irrespective of the circumstances, because you realize that you are creating your life with your thoughts, actions, and belief system. Steve Plavlina, a prominent personal development coach and blogger, believes that to live consciously, you should exhibit the following traits: making careful, intelligent, and deliberate decisions. Number 2, maintaining a positive emotional state regardless of circumstances. Number 3, developing empowering beliefs while purging disempowering ones. Number 4, understanding your own thought processes, emotion, or understanding your own thought processes, emotions, and behaviors. Number 5, staying focused on what is most important while tuning out distractions, building an accurate and effective model of reality. So let me ask you right now, are you conscious right now? Now, believe me, that sounds like a daft question. It really does. Of course you're conscious. If you're listening to this show, you're definitely awake and you're listening to my voice. But you may be conscious in the literal sense, but being awake and scanning your eyes over the video that you might be watching of this show right now, or some of the writing that I put out on Facebook on a daily, isn't the same as being truly conscious. Because after all, how many times have you awoken from a period of being utterly zoned out to the world around you? Perhaps you've walked or worse, driven somewhere, but you can't remember any of the journey. Maybe you've read a page of a book only to reach the end and realize that you actually didn't absorb anything that was written. Truth is, you can live this way far more often than you think. You sleepwalk through life thinking and acting on autopilot. Conscious living can change all of that. But what is conscious living and how can you adopt it in your life? And we're going to take it one step at a time, okay, so that you can understand it. The first step is to understand the meaning of what conscious living is. And before you can live consciously, you have to know what it really means. Conscious living is the act of thinking about the things and acting upon those things from a position of full awareness. It is the choice to be an active participant in life rather than being a passenger. When you live consciously, you are able to see the various paths available to you at any given time and choose which one to take, rather than walking blindly down one of them. Being conscious to life allows you to see things more clearly and understand how one thing leads or impacts another. And move in a direction that is most beneficial for you. Socrates said, the unexamined life is not worth living. Most people think that just because they are breathing and their hearts are beating, that they are alive. The truth is, there is a huge difference between being alive biologically and being alive spiritually. Most people are spiritually dead, living on autopilot. They do what society tells them to do. They get up when the alarm goes off, eat a bowl of Cheerios, fight through the rush hour traffic, get to the office, sit in a cubicle, work. Make someone else rich, make just enough to starve off that ever-growing debt for another month. Or slave away at another job, lay bricks, fix toilets, clean floors, sell shoes. And not because they want to, not because they have a passion for it, but because they have to. And so that they can make the next car payment, mortgage payment, engagement ring payment, credit card payment, whatever payment. Unconscious living is not entirely about career and money. It's about life. But for many, career and money is life. And it's really sad and disappointing. There are two ways to live. One, consciously aware, deliberate, and thoughtful. Or two, unconsciously unaware and on autopilot and careless. To truly live a conscious, thoughtful life, we must break free from the chains of societal expectation. We must switch off the autopilot and become aware. And not just of our career and money, but of everything. We must learn to become masters of our lives, to be conscious of every action that we perform. From taking a bite of food to choosing our next vacation destination, to laying our heads on the pillow at night, everything. Socrates also said, beware the barrenness of a busy life. And there are 7 elements to conscious living. And if you master these, you will lead a life uncommon. A life of intent and purpose. And the first one is relationships. And we all engage in relations, personal, professional, romantic, friendship, and so on. But how aware are we of the dynamics in those relationships? How consciously do we exist inside of them? Do you grab your briefcase each morning or your backpack, whatever you have, your pocketbook, kiss your wife or husband on the cheek, and then head out the door on autopilot? Or do you carve out the time to eat breakfast with them? Talk about your hopes for the day. Kiss them on the lips and tell them that you love them and mean it. This is the difference between conscious and unconscious living. Do you have a boss who is always shooting off reams of advice? Do you sit in his office and stare blankly ahead, smiling and nodding, but all the while thinking what your evening commute or the flowers need watering or numbers of emails clogging up your inbox? Or do you actually listen to his words? Actually, actively listen and be thankful for his time, his thoughts, and try to learn from what he says and to become a better person for it. This is the difference between conscious and unconscious living. Each relationship and each encounter is an opportunity to grow. Now, we've all heard that saying. But too often, we say and do the things that we are supposed to do. We shake a hand, we kiss a cheek, we rub a back. But we do it mindlessly and reactively. To live and to grow consciously in our relationships, we must be entirely present and thoughtful in our engagements with others. Our actions must be proactive and not reactive. Speak from our heart. Listen to what your soul is saying when you see somebody. Share your thoughts, your true thoughts. Practice kindness and patience. Be aware. You will find that not only you will have more to give within your relationships, whether it be student, employee, sister, mother, friend, lover, but you will get so much more out of them. The next one is nature. In modern society, human beings have become self-centered. During the Age of Enlightenment, we learned that we are not, in fact, the center of the universe. However, for some, over the past several decades, we seem to have forgotten the basic fact. We mass consume, burn through natural resources at alarming rates, clear forests without hesitation. Somehow we've forgotten our place in the world. We have lost sight of the fact that we are a very small piece of a very large puzzle, a puzzle that our future depends on. Occasionally, when I start to lose my footing or become overwhelmed by day-to-day trials, I refocus. I remind myself that in the grand history of time, my life is just a speck on the radar. And I think about every little earth spinning through the giant universe. And I think about that the earth is alive and beneath us. Molten rock moving miles and miles beneath our feet. These thoughts ground me. You are the most important person in the world. And the most insignificant. Remember both of these things always. A person that has no reverence for nature cannot live a truly conscious life. Nature, the plants and animals around us, the planet Earth, the atmosphere, the universe, are all things larger than us. Living unconsciously allows us to consume, destroy, and rape nature. We must stop to examine our actions. We must act in a way that protects and conserves nature rather than devastate it. Unconscious living in the natural world is shameful and dangerous. And if you go on the internet, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of articles, websites, and blogs all about conservation and green living. Go start there if you don't believe me. The next one is art. Each person's definition of art is very, very different. But when it comes to conscious living, art is simply the stuff that you find beautiful. It can be music, painting, dance, theater, literature, bodybuilding, stamp collecting. It is about determining what you find to be beautiful and appreciate it. Surrounding yourself with it and incorporating it into your life. If you think that music is art, listen to it in the car ride on your way to work, while preparing dinner, at your desk, between meetings. If bodybuilding is your art, Get a gym membership. Keep a secondhand set of weights in your basement. Hand pictures of bodybuilders in your office, on your hang them. Put them on your fridge. Conscious living involves surrounding yourself with your version of art. It means infusing art into as many areas of your life as possible and letting it provide you with continuous motivation and inspiration. The next one is thought and meditation. Thought is the most important element of conscious living because conscious living is based in thought. Conscious living is about taking the time to think about every word that you say and every move that you make. It is about acting with intention rather than simply acting to just act. It is the very opposite of superficial living. Have you ever known a person that speaks just to hear themselves talk? I can guarantee you right now, that is how most people live their lives. They're just acting just to act or living just to live. They do these things because they are supposed to, or that they have had to. But it's not life. Conscious living involves doing things because you want to, because you are passionate, inspired, and driven. It means thinking positively and rationally all of the time. Everything you do should be a conscious act. Even when you get dressed in the morning, choose something that will make you feel good for the whole day. Don't just throw on the first thing that you see because it is clean. Even when you plan your next vacation, choose a destination that will enrich your mind and feed your soul. Don't just book a flight to Miami because the airfare is cheap. A conscious life involves meditation. The level of meditation may vary, but for some it might be taking 5 minutes at midday to close your eyes and breathe, and that will be enough. For others, meditation will involve intense rounds of yoga or prayer. No matter the method, meditation is necessary. Simply close your eyes and turn off your mind. Focus on just existing. Slow your breathing. Relax all of your muscles and just exist. Meditation is a much deserved rest. And after all, conscious living is all about thinking. Meditation is relaxation for the conscious mind. But the next one is, what about your health and your body? I can tell you right now that your body is just a vessel. The body is a temple, though. We are given one body to inhabit during our time on earth, and it is up to us how we treat it. Conscious living involves making intentional decisions about our bodies. What do you put into it? How do you maintain it? How do you nurture, honor, and protect your body? You know, Socrates said, worthless people only live to eat and drink. People of worth eat and drink only to live. Each time you put something in your mouth, think of the consequence or the benefit that it will have on your body. Eat and act in a way that will nourish your vessel. Stretch, exercise, eat fresh fruits and vegetables. Again, you can just go onto the internet and find thousands and thousands of articles and websites and blogs about healthy eating and healthy living. Start there. The next one is service. Conscious living is not a selfish endeavor. It is not about living rightly to enjoy a good life and then ignore the fate of others. Conscious living means living a life enjoying happiness and then sharing the fruits of our labor. It can be as simple as smiling at everyone you see. There are endless opportunities to be of service in this world. Volunteering is a great place to start. And you could begin volunteering at your local animal shelter. Especially if you're a huge animal lover. Something like I am. That would be something, of course it's COVID right now, but that would be infinitely rewarding. Being of service and spending and spreading kindness are crucial elements of conscious living. Just as being present in our relationships improves our own lives, so does helping others. To give is to receive. And this is the lesson that the conscious mind knows very well. The next one is purpose. Conscious living means living a life of purpose. People believe that finding their life's purpose is a great mystery or even impossible. Or maybe perhaps they're right. But it can take a lifetime to determine your life's purpose. But there are always ways to make it a lot easier. And you got to ask yourself these questions. What do you love? What is one thing that you would do every single day, even if no one saw you? Even if you did not get paid? If you can answer those 3 questions, you would have discovered your passion. And oftentimes, pursuing our passion leads us directly to our life's purpose. My passion is helping people to live a life of joy by sharing my story with them. But it's also my purpose in life. Socrates again said, "It is not living that matters, but living rightly." Pursuing your passion is conscious living. It is doing what you love and being what you love. There's no autopilot involved. Passionate living is living with intention. It is the difference between a conscious and unconscious life. Conscious living means being alive spiritually. It is what each person must strive for. Henry David Thoreau spoke about why in 1845 he decided to leave society for 2 years and live alone in the woods. And this is what he wrote. "I went to the woods because I wished to live deliberately, to front only the essential facts of life, and see if I could not learn what it had to teach, and not, when I came to die, discover that I had not lived. I did not wish to live what was not life. Living is so dear, nor did I wish to practice resignation unless it was quite necessary. I wanted to live deep and suck out all of the marrow of life, to live so sturdily and Spartan-like as to rout all that was not life, to cut a broad swath and shave close, to drive life into a corner and reduce it to its lowest terms." Simplicity. Here's the next step. Identifying the blocks to conscious living. Now, as simple as this sounds to live consciously, there are many, many things that might prevent us from doing so. But it's vital that you are aware of these things so that you might find ways to reduce their impact on the way that you live. And some of the most important ones are your past. The things that have happened in your life up until this point still influence you, even though they have passed. Your experiences have shaped who you are, but it doesn't mean that they have to continue being the person that you are today, tomorrow, or into the future. If you're willing to cut ties to those past events that keep you moving through life on autopilot, feeling powerless to change, then you can lead a more conscious existence. Your habits and routines, and these can be positive or they can be negative. You don't need to abandon all of them to live consciously. You just need to examine each of them and ask how beneficial they are to you. Then slowly and steadily, you can challenge those habits and routines that keep you locked in a life of unconsciousness. And just because you do something the same way and at the same time each day or a week or a month, it doesn't mean that you should continue to do so. People's expectations of you, how you wish to live your life, can often easily be clouded by the desires and expectations of other people or society. You might end up thinking or behaving in a particular way because this is what is deemed preferable or even acceptable. It's the status quo. When other people are making decisions about how you should live your life, it creates a real barrier to conscious living. The next one, your urges and desires. Sometimes you may feel almost compelled by an inner force to do something. Some people believe that these urges are natural and not to be questioned. But if you think and act based on pure impulse, you may end up regretting it. And no doubt you've experienced this on several occasions. You may believe that you should do a thing because you struggle to control your urges toward it. But those urges blind you into the wider implications of your actions. But what about your emotions? Well, your emotions are a wonderful thing, but they can also corrupt your mind and make you act in ways that you wish you wouldn't otherwise act. When you are driven by feelings of anger, fear, envy, for instance, you may choose a path that leads somewhere other than where you would like to go. And this is the opposite of conscious living, where you are equipped to make the best choice given your current knowledge about a situation. The next one's distractions. When your mind gets pulled away from one thought to another without you realizing it, you are distracted. Unfortunately, this world is teeming with relentless things that can sidetrack your attention and take you away from a life of consciousness. From nearby events that have no bearing on your life to the marketing campaigns of companies trying to sell you something, it is easy for your train of thought to be derailed really quickly. But I have written a conscious living manifesto, and the first thing in the manifesto says, accepting who you are and what you have, not what you lack. Once you lose the self-absorbed worry and the angst about what you don't have, you'll find the space in your mind to go after what you really want in life. And at that point, you are in control of your life. You get to choose your reality, how you react to struggles and setbacks, which doors you open, which ones you close. And you can do this best by being yourself without a mask. Maybe you've had a lifetime of thinking that you're not good enough. And this is because people have pointed these things out to you. Sometimes it's intentional so that they can feel better about themselves. And often they don't realize the impact of these comments. Maybe you were told you didn't do good enough grades. You aren't smart enough. You aren't tall enough. You aren't athletic enough. This is pure garbage. You are worthy. You are enough. You just need to convince yourself of this, not anyone else. You can strive to be whoever you want to be by changing your views of those stories, because they are just that. Stories. Not your reality. Enjoy the journey of discovering what is possible for you. And the things that you once thought were shortcomings can make you the unique person that you are. The next one. Make personal choices consistent with who you are and ignore societal demands. There is no right way to live your life. Although it is your life, and given you aren't on this earth for a long time, you still have 100% permission to make your own choices. You don't need to give in to the demands from others or society to have children or not to have children, to get a better job, to get more education, to buy a house, and so on. It starts with being honest with yourself. If you don't need to accept what society places on being the right way, because you are not living your life for someone else. There is no right way, because we are individuals with different needs, desires, and dreams. And so once you remember that it is you that creates your own path, the cool thing here is that you get to prioritize your time with who you want to spend it with, because your time is precious. Think of those friends and family members who never had this opportunity to live out a full life, and they were taken from us too soon. This is your wake-up call to living a life of no regrets. And you have permission to ask why a lot. For example, why does this have to be done this way? Why is that made this way? Is there a better, more practical and sustainable way? Why do I continue to do this when this doesn't support my values? Why am I doing this work if I don't feel fulfilled and I hate it? Why do I hang out with these friends that don't inspire me, challenge me, or love me? Every why question is never a bad question, and it gets you to help make a decision that supports your values and your truth. But you need to learn to say no. The power to say no is yours. It is a hard thing to do, but with practice, you can do it consistently. Say no to the small things first. Say no to attending to that event. Say no to another piece of pie. Say no when you don't have the time to meet. And this will help you work your way up to the bigger no's in your life and leave you room to say yes to the things that allow you to change and grow. You choose your food that is good for your body and gives you energy. You choose to spend time with friends who are positive, encouraging, and that care for you. This is so much more fulfilling than spending time with friends who are negative or unauthentic. You choose the entertainment that you want to experience, the movies, the books, the games, the events that build on your creativity. You let you learn and you skill to challenge you and to inspire you. These are entertainment, not for escape, but for fun and personal growth. Let go of the stuff and the feelings that don't make a difference. Spend your energy on things that matter. Let go of grudges and anger and resentment towards others. This wasted energy robs your soul of time for things that really matter. Likewise, becoming obsessed with your goals, ambition, and dreams, it doesn't leave any room for you to enjoy life. Find a balance in relishing the journey to a conscious life. Living with anger is completely your choice. Let me repeat that again. Living with anger is completely your choice. Maybe you didn't get your way, or maybe someone or something disappointed you. You have 100% control over how you react to any situation. No one owns your reaction but you. And anger serves no purpose. How about spending your energy on reacting to things that bring you joy? Making deliberate choices by understanding the impact on others and yourself. Making choices based on your values is one thing, but making conscious choices is another. You become a keen observer of life, but your life isn't just yours. It is only a piece of greater world. And how will this choice affect others? The choice that you make? How will it impact the earth, nature, and the sustainability and the future of others? Your choice. But your words matter and affect others. How you speak to someone can have major impact. You need to realize and acknowledge this. Words can inspire, but they can also harm. The key is being consciously aware and to ask how your words affect people. Words also aren't always necessary. Sometimes silence is enough. It allows others to share their opinions and views and leave a space which can often enhance your own thinking. There is power in a pause. Your choices impact the world now and in the future. Our earth is on the brink of catastrophic change. Every plastic bag, every tap left running, every second you turn your car's engine affects our environment. Every bag of garbage doesn't magically disappear once it's picked up from your house, just because we can no longer see it. It is a shared responsibility for all of us to make choices that respect ourselves, our family, and our future for survival. Small changes matter. One person, you, can influence changes in others. It is your choice not to use plastic or to reduce your use of products from companies that aren't doing their part for the environment. You can set an example to support a world that you want to live in. And each morning you are gifted with a blank canvas with the opportunity to design your life. Are you designing on purpose? Or are you living in default mode in reaction to the elements around you? Intention is defined as an aim or a purpose, a determination to act in a certain way. And I love the word determination. It embodies strength, focus, and the element of living life on purpose. Think about how you start your day. If people or situations or emails throw you off in an instant, if you are affected by other people's agendas coming at you, then you need to reconsider your flow and your approach to life. Approaching your day in an intentional manner keeps you in the role of director in your life. Protect your energy and know that you have the authority to choose how you feel about things. Being intentional allows you to live with freedom, joy, and in a state of growth. Don't contradict your intentions by living in a reactionary state. To feel intentional, you must be fully aware of your thoughts and presence. How do you want to feel today? What will bring you the most productivity? Is your body telling you everything that needs to rejuvenate and rest? How are your interactions with those you care about the most? What energy are you putting out into the world? Knowing oneself, one's state, is the best investment we can make. Take the time to step away from the noise and bring yourself to a reflective state of mind. And being in alignment with who we truly are is the most vital step that we can take to produce the biggest results in our life. Be intentional about it. Own your damn life. And from this amazing state of self-awareness, which you curated into your life, it is now the key approach to everything that you want with intention, specific intention. And how you approach this is purely up to you. And you might find it helpful to journal, to create vision boards, to keep notes, to set intentional reminders on your calendar, start your day with top 3 goals, or to simply set your intentions with pure thought. But be meaningful in your interactions. Emit your joy out to the world. Watch yourself accomplish your goals throughout the day and have a quick uptick in productivity. By being intentional, you are choosing what comes into your path and how you feel about it. You're infusing love and passion into yourself, your interactions and results by being fully conscious and present in your life. And how amazing is that? You get to choose your attitude and your decisions every day. No one has any authority over how you choose to set your perspective. And that may be on their agenda to bring you into their negativity or chaos. But it certainly isn't on yours to go into that state, because you are truly living a life on purpose with full intention. Be that powerhouse that you are on purpose. Embrace and celebrate people for their differences. The world is more interesting and dynamic and interconnected because all humans have different strengths, opinions, skills, desires, and dreams. And we don't have to like what everyone else does or says. But you can respect it and respect that they have a voice to share. And when we live a conscious life, we seek to understand the views and opinions of others. Being empathetic, creates compassion and tolerance. We can rise above hate and racism by seeking to inspire and motivate others to choose how we can all live a better, happier, and more fulfilled life. To do this, we need to listen to understand rather than dominate conversations, form opinions quickly, and judge without listening and being present and open-minded. Welcome comfort or discomfort and fear. Living consciously is accepting that you want to evolve and that you want to get the most out of life. Getting the most out of life means trying things that scare the living shit out of you. The funny thing is that once you try something scary, you will realize it wasn't what you imagined. In fact, it was probably exhilarating. That one little push through your fear builds courage, where you can start to believe that anything is possible, and it leads to more opportunities. But how can you push through tackling a fear? Well, let me ask yourself, let me put a question out there for you to ask yourself. What is the worst thing that could happen if you tried this? Or what about, is this the true fear, or is this just a story that I've created in my life that isn't a universal reality? Chances are you've made a mountain out of a molehill. Then you'll find that fear wasn't easy to tackle. And when you're on the other side of it, you can commend yourself for pushing through it. It's a little step that can cause a chain reaction towards tackling other fears. The best part is never underestimating yourself, because anything is possible. Trust me, it is. Discomfort. No one wants to put themselves into an uncomfortable situation. Discomfort is the result of a bad or difficult situation. However, discomfort creates personal growth. It shapes you into who you are because you had an unpleasant experience under your belt that will make you stronger to make conscious decisions about how you live your life. If you embrace discomfort, because on the other side of it, there is growth, accomplishment, and learning about yourself. Conscious spending is knowing the difference between a need and a want, and being considerate about how best you spend your money. It is mindful spending, such as going to the shop or the store with a plan to purchase, as opposed to boredom shopping for something to try and fill a void in your life, for something that you don't currently have. Confidence, love, self-esteem. It is rationalizing with conscious decision making for every purchase and recognizing the value it brings to your life or not. Conscious living is about conscious consumerism and asking yourself, will this item really be used often? Is it fulfilling a need? Will it have a lasting benefit to me, or just be tossed when I donate, or donated when I'm tired of it? When you lead a conscious life, experiences place a higher priority in your life than things, and a larger proportion of your money is dedicated to trying to enjoy life and creating memories instead of buying things. And travel is one of the greatest ways to create conscious transformation in your life. But then you have to move from wanting to contribution. Conscious life moves your motivations from solely wanting something for yourself to seeking out opportunities to help and contribute to others. Helping others in need and sharing your skills and experience can be the most rewarding accomplishment because it can give you inner joy and satisfaction. Contribution is all about serving others. It is not about getting something in return or recognition. This highest service is about the joy that helping others brings you. And this is something that I do on a personal level all the time. Giving without expecting anything in return. And also, when your time is up and you leave this earth, you would have known that you have helped others, donate to a cause, volunteered your time, or made a difference by the work and effort you put into something to help another person. Then your life has meaning. And what about travel to transform, not to escape? Travel is the greatest accelerator for change in your life. There is nothing that can change your view of the world and yourself more than a meaningful travel experience. You learn, you grow, and you transform by surrendering yourself to a new consciousness and awakened experience. When you're in a different country, in a different environment with different culture and different people, this awakening spawns. And the best part of travel is the ability to open up minds and change attitudes and adjust perceptions and prejudice. Travel to transform. But how do we live consciously? We embrace the truth even if it's bitter. Learn to live with the truth. Stop telling yourself lies about what you are or what you should do so that you can finally be happy. Think about the areas of your life that you aren't honest with yourself or others. You'll find a part of yourself that you can't accept. And if you take gradual steps, speak the truth to trusted people first, and then slowly you'll be able to come out on the other side. Know how you spend your time. It's a great way to become conscious is to know where your attention goes. Do you use your attention for personal growth, or are you able to move closer to your goals? Or are you wasting your time on becoming self-destructive? Again, becoming self-aware. Take the time to figure out what you value in life the most and go for it. It might be health, love, achievement, adventure, creativity. But know your desire. If you know what your desire is, go for it. And don't hold back. And know your emotional nature. How you treat yourself, how you treat others. And when do you feel most alive? Focus your attention and stop being distracted. Attention raises consciousness. Distraction lowers it. Think about it. When you're not paying attention, how can you be conscious? Start focusing more. Do one thing at a time. When you spend your time with people, be present instead of zoning out on your little smartphone. Develop positive values. Positive values raise consciousness. Negative values lower consciousness. Choose courage, desire, compassion, knowledge, reason, energy, and with exercising and physical activity and intention over cowardice, apathy, cruelty, ignorance, irrationality, disease, and passivity. Number 3, the third step in conscious living. Practice conscious thinking. Conscious living starts in the mind. And while your actions can influence, the thoughts that influence more often goes into the opposite direction. Thinking, or rather the control of your thoughts, is crucial in determining how you live your life. And this boils down to a number of things. Your attention, what your mind is focused on any given time. Ruminating is the most likely caused by negative feelings about an issue you are facing. And when you ruminate on the same thoughts over and over, you are not living consciously. And it's up to you to move your attention to something else. Your beliefs, the principles that guide the way to how you think and act. Conscious thinking requires you that you continually elevate your beliefs to see if they still align with the type of person that you wish to be. It also means not blindly believing something that someone has said without fact-checking through a trustworthy and reliable source. And of course, we got choices. We've always got free will. And when we're presented with a variety of options, this is the way you decide which one you take. Choices can be complicated, be as simple as yes or no. But conscious decision-making involves trying your best to fully understand the consequences of each option before choosing the one that best fits your short, medium, or long-term preferences. Clarity. Knowing what you think and why you think it. Most thoughts these days seem to be spontaneously, and they appear in your mind, but many come about directly or indirectly because of something else. Something you see or hear, for instance. And it's important that the thoughts may potentially impact your life are examined to determine where they've come from. And if you've been influenced by anyone or someone or someone else, something or something or someone, if you've been influenced, have you given them due consideration and engaged in some critical thinking about what they really mean? Gaining clarity on your thoughts prevents you falling into the trap of being an unwitting sheep following the flock. And of course, for weeks now, I've been talking about mindfulness, maintaining your awareness of the present moment. It's all a part of self-love. This is what you might think of when you consider conscious living, but your interpretation of it might not always match reality. Being mindful could mean using your 5 senses to help ground yourself in the now. But it can also mean being absorbed in a worthwhile train of thought. And this could be related to work or planning something or a period of self-reflection. And you may believe that this takes you away from the present moment. But if your focus is unbroken, you are in the present moment, free from distraction. Step number 4 to mindful, or I'm calling it mindful living now, conscious living, is to practice the conscious consumption Now, I know we've already mentioned this before. You have to remember that conscious consumption covers three or major different areas: food and drink, what you put into your body through your mouth to sustain your body and mind, your material possessions. Do you feel the need to buy new clothes or gadgets regularly to satisfy a craving? Is your happiness dependent on owning or buying certain things? Totems of success such as flashy clothes, computers, cars, vacations. Getting that nice new set of nails from the beauty store. Entertainment. And of course, you know, there's pros and cons to entertainment. From rock concerts to partying to reading and online gambling. There's always a pros and cons to all of that. But conscious consumption asks you to weigh up the pros and cons. News and information. You have an immense database of information at your fingertips, with more being added each day via the news cycle. But much of this surplus to requirements and simply clutters, this will just clutter up your mind. Just additional stuff. If you want to live consciously, you must be picky about the information that you feed your mind. Not least because it can have a huge impact on your mental and emotional well-being. People. I bet you never thought that was a form of consumption. And that you have control over. If there's someone in your life that's bringing you down and causing you a great deal of stress and anxiety, you can choose to stop consuming their company. You can distance yourself from them to lessen the negative influence that they have on you. And it may not be easy, but it is a potential option that you might wish to consider. Step number 5 to conscious living. Your actions are what connects you to the wider world. This is how you practice conscious action. How you choose to act has ramifications for the people and things around you. Acting based on outcomes. Have you ever thought about the potential consequences of your action before you take them? Knowing this can help you act or not act in a given way. Acting based on the impact to others. Have you ever considered how your actions may affect the lives of other people? And if so, are those effects something that you're okay with? For instance, if you decide to spend a great deal of money on a fancy new phone, will your partner be upset because you keep claiming that you are broke? Or will their trust in you be diminished? What about acting based on growth? Are you taking the action required to live a healthier, happy life? Does what you're doing in your life or thinking of doing contribute to your physical, emotional well-being in some way? Being conscious about your actions means choosing to act in a way that promotes positive change in your life. Growth. Acting in line with your morals. Are you behaving in a way that goes with or against your deeply held beliefs? And we all know that it's easy to get swept up in emotions or the actions of others and do something that goes against the sort of person you wish to be. By acting consciously means checking in with your gut for any alarm bells that may suggest you shouldn't be doing. Acting to the best of your abilities. Are you putting in the effort and dedication to the task at hand? This is where conscious living becomes conscientious living. It's all about following through on promises, committing to something, being willing to put in some hard graft where necessary. It's not about looking for ways to cut corners or doing a substandard job or finding excuses for not doing something at all. Acting with courage. Are you willing to face the challenges and uncertainty to do the right thing? Sometimes the right path is the most difficult path. It can be tempting to take an easier path instead. And that means not accounting for showing any accountability or taking any accountability or responsibility for your own actions. Living consciously means not bowing to the difficulties of a particular choice, even if it's the choice that is best for you in the long term. Step number 6 in conscious living. Practice conscious direction. Your life is going a certain way, but is it the way that you want? You have a certain degree of control and influence over where your life leads. A conscious direction is what's needed. And this involves such as working out or the type of life that you wish to have in this future of yours and setting goals that will help you reach that point. It also involves spotting opportunities when they arise and taking conscious action to make the most of them. It is the opposite to what many people do, which is to allow external circumstances dictate their life's course. Step number 7 in conscious living. Practice conscious authenticity. It can be quite tempting to act and live in a way that pleases others in an attempt to win friends or influence people. That's not conscious living. When you live consciously, you act from a place of authenticity. You don't try to be anyone other than yourself. You are willing to stand up for yourself, make your views be heard, and ruffle a few feathers if you have to. Shake that status quo. Whilst you should remain respectful of other people and their boundaries, you must also be ready to challenge anybody who tries to push up against your own boundaries. Just be yourself. Don't be aggressive about it, because remember, anger is not conscious. Be conscious about it and be yourself. And it's a common message but one that is vital for living a conscious life. But just for a moment, I'm going to digress. How do we be real, authentic, and not fake? And never has it been easier to be fake right now than it has ever. Since I was growing up, since the age of technology, the selfie culture and social media platforms are encouraging us to show the very best, often photoshopped version of ourselves to the world. It's so easy to forge an image which is far from your authentic self. And there's a growing obsession with acquiring followers and the gratification of receiving likes. And numbers, anything about the numbers. Honestly, it's a very egotistical view, self-absorbed. The constant battle for exposure and attention fed by the need for that addictive endorphin rush. When you receive encouraging, positive, and enthusiastic responses, it can feel like a full-time occupation. And all this effort, though, is ultimately the expense of your authenticity. But is that person you? Would you get all of those responses if you exhibited your plain old humdrum self who's never happier than when vegging out in PJs indulging on a box set marathon? But the matter of being real and true to yourself isn't just restricted to the image you project on the likes of Instagram or Snapchat. What about the image that you want to present to your friends and your colleagues face to face? Do they see the real you? Or perhaps you like to present yourself in a different persona depending on the company that you're in. Cleverly adopting the chameleon-like skills so that you can fit in no matter where you are and who you're with. Authenticity requires a certain measure of vulnerability, transparency, and integrity. The problem is that if most of us aren't comfortable with being vulnerable or transparent and willing to sacrifice integrity on the altar of self-protection, you may like to wear a mask to protect yourself due to a fear of rejection or self-esteem, or may worry that your real self isn't appropriate or for a particular situation or somehow not good enough. But here's the thing. To be authentic, it's necessary to develop the courage to show our imperfections and be vulnerable. To be brave enough to let go of the person that we think we ought to be and actively embrace who we are. And there are times when adapting a persona to your environment can be beneficial, but the danger lies in changing your personality so completely that you lose touch with the essence of who you truly are. Instead of being you present yourself as the person that you think you will be to be popular and likable to those who are around you. And the trouble is, humans are highly intuitive beings and can often easily spot fakery. If people detect that you're not being authentic, you may indeed experience the rejection that you feared in the first place. Your efforts to fit in and be popular could in fact produce the opposite result. And as the saying goes, some people are real, some people are good, some people are fake, and some people are real good at being fake. And the more we find ourselves surrounded by inauthenticity, the better our radar for detecting fakery becomes. And so you undoubtedly be exposed soon enough. And have you noticed that none of the words used to describe inauthentic people is complimentary? And here's just a few: pseudo, fake, phony, disingenuous, insincere, pretentious, affected, bogus. It's not a very prepossessing list. Not a positive word among them. And we all feel more comfortable and respected when we're surrounded by others who are being themselves and not playing acting and being second-rate version of themselves. And it seems then that the best advice is not to trade your authenticity for approval. So no matter how tempting they may appear, if you feel that you are the ultimate operator in adapting your persona according to the situation, you may have already noticed that this impacts on your friendships and your relationships. And like most things, it will take work on your part to reprogram your automatic response. But the results in terms of self-respect will be worth the effort. And the reason why I bring up inauthenticity to conscious living is that going back to the original show that I did back 4 weeks ago, we're talking about involution. How to improve ourselves requires self-awareness. Journey towards a better and more authentic version of yourself must start with some self-analysis, self-knowledge, self-awareness, and they are the keys to being real. They are also the keys to conscious living. Reject perfection. Because perfection is impossible and unattainable. And no matter how much effort you're trying to put into something, trying to achieve it, the reality is that just by trying to be perfect, to present the ideal version of yourself, you're being disingenuous. Instead of aiming for perfection, why not learn to embrace your imperfections? And that requires an element of vulnerability. But acknowledging your quirks and your weaknesses is as important as acknowledging your strengths when it comes to authenticity. Seek those genuine connections. Our humanity is the common link between us all. But there's a vast spectrum of personalities, beliefs, and behaviors out there. To make genuine, soulful connections, you truly need to make an effort to truly understand those around you. Be in the moment. Let's face it, when we're guilty of allowing our minds to wander off topic when we're in the midst of a conversation, our lives are so pressured, it's hardly surprising that thoughts about what to cook for dinner or something on your long to-do list come crashing in. Either way, you actually weren't present for much of that time and may only have gotten the general list of what was being said. To be authentic both in your relationships and your other interactions, you should practice a type of listening called active listening. And it's a skill in itself. Pay attention. Show that you're listening by using appropriate body language, providing feedback, deferring judgment and refraining from interrupting, responding appropriately, holding space. Maintaining self-awareness along the way will ensure that you're not forced to be someone you're not for a moment longer than absolutely necessary. And to sum up what I'm trying to say here regarding this, the 7th step of conscious living, in our consumer-led society obsessed with material things and driven by the urge to project an image of perfection both online and in reality. Never has it been harder to truly be authentic. But it's important to remember, though, that it's not possessions or photoshopped images that define you, but your own innate personality and way of being. By being courageous enough to take the steps to ensure that you present your authentic self to the world, you can reinforce your individuality and unique presence into the world so that you can stand out from the crowd. You know, Friedrich Nietzsche said, and because obviously he could put it better than I could, he said, the individual has always had to struggle to keep from being overwhelmed by the tribe. If you try it, you will be lonely often and sometimes frightened. But no price is too high to pay for privilege of owning yourself. Step number 8 in conscious living. Practice conscious acceptance. Some things are outside of your control, but it's important that you accept those things that happen so that you could have stopped from happening. You might think that this step contradicts conscious direction, but it doesn't. And whilst you have to accept some things as they are, this doesn't mean that you can't find ways to address the situation and make it better after the event. People are outside of your control too. And it's just as important to accept that as much as you may wish a person was a certain way. And it's not within your control to make them that way. And you have to accept others for who they are in that moment. But again, you're not powerless. Your influence could be the seed of change that sprouts and grows in another person. This doesn't mean manipulating people or trying to mold someone into an image that you wish them to be or where you think they should be. It means being a positive influence on others so that they can grow as individuals. You just have to accept that your influence alone will never be enough. They have to want to change or grow too. So there you have it. There's the steps, the 8 steps to conscious living. Make a mental note of these and then return to this show if you need to be reminded of it, to ensure that you remain on the right path. And remember, whilst each step is simple, it's not always easy. You have to keep checking in with yourself and putting the effort in if you wish to succeed. And so with that said, let's hit a break. You are listening to Soma Fusion Radio with your host, Katie Kamara, on the Soma Fusion Media. For more information, please look me up on social media. I am everywhere: Instagram, LinkedIn, Snapchat. Where else am I? Facebook. Anywhere you could possibly think of. MeWe. Or you can go over to my website, soma-fusion.com or somafusionmedia.com. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe about this show. Go over to the YouTube channel, Soma Fusion, Mind, Body, and Soul. And, of course, let the whole world know what we're learning each week. Invite them to listen with us. And when we come back, we'll be switching gears, and we'll be having a deeper look at conscious relationships and conscious parenting. I'll be right back, guys.
I should like to talk to you briefly about civil rights and human freedom. It is my deep conviction that we have reached a turning point in the long history of our country's efforts to guarantee freedom and equality to all our citizens. Our immediate task is to remove the last remnants of the barriers which stand between millions of our citizens and their birthright. There is no justifiable reason for discrimination because of ancestry or religion or race or color.
Of the Homo sapiens. Yes, I have seen their violence, cruelty, and greed. However, don't forget that they are 200,000 years into their existence. They're still a young species with much to learn. But even in their darkest histories, I have seen goodness in them. I have seen their capacity for compassion, wisdom, courage, honor, love, and truth.
And we are back. You are listening to Soma Fusion Radio with your host, Katie Kamara, on Soma Fusion Media. Again, we are talking all about conscious living this evening. And we were just talking about all about what conscious living is and how we can improve ourselves by understanding what conscious living is really all about. For those who don't know much about what conscious living is, it's about looking deeper into ourselves in order to live a right way, and acknowledging everything that we do for good, weighing up the pros and cons, living in a mindfulness space and in full awareness of what we do. And with that said, conscious living also has conscious relationships and conscious parenting, and that's kind of where we're going to lead to now. And of course, I'm going to be talking about how to have a conscious relationship and what is really a conscious relationship all about. I'm going to try and bring it into the modern terms because obviously we've just gone through COVID, and of course, this is 2021. We're in the 21st century, but great relationships uplift and empower you. Okay, they're a place of refuge and nourishment, deep connection and understanding. And they make life easier, not harder. And even through the times within the strongest relationships, weather the inevitable ups and downs with a sense of purpose and meaning. The problem is that very few of us are experiencing this. We're simply not taught how. And instead we stumble our way through life trying to work it out just as we go along, with plenty of heartbreak, disappointment, and conflict on the way. And thankfully, I know another way, and that's why I'm going to be talking to you all about it tonight. But it's not for the faint-hearted, and it requires superhuman self-awareness and a willingness to have tough conversations and a commitment to doing the work. But the reward is that a relationship that meets our most fundamental needs for security, love, and belonging, right up to our life-affirming needs for personal growth and spiritual development. And this is where we get a conscious relationship. And I'm going to tell you exactly what it is, how to create one, and why you'd want to. So what is a conscious relationship? Well, a conscious relationship is something that's created purposefully, decisively, and with intention. It requires clarity and choice about how you want your relationship to feel, how you would like to love and be loved, and what your boundaries and non-negotiables are. It is intentionally structured to support those needs and desires. And that definition I've just given you is only the beginning. Understanding what a conscious relationship is, and more importantly, how to create one, requires more than me just blurting out a whole heap of words. We'll get to the how in a moment. But first, let's look a little deeper and start with why you would want a conscious relationship in the first place. Well, let me tell you something. The old way of relating doesn't work anymore. It's just plain and simple. It doesn't work. Over the last 150 years, relationships, especially marriage, have changed dramatically. What we want and expect from a relationship has grown infinitely and more complex. And so to understand, I think I might have put it in there. I think I might have not. Let me have, doesn't look like it. Oh, well. But I was going to show you a video on the history of marriage, but that's okay. I may not have it. Let me check, actually. I can see if we've got it. And if we do have it, I will play it. And let me see if I have it. Yes, I do have it. Yes, ideas. I certainly do have it. So bear with me for 2 seconds and I'll get it on. Just so you know, during the ad break there, I did actually play something that I actually make in my spare time. And of course, I do a lot of cinematography. I find videos and I put them together with soundtracks that will appeal to the masses. And these videos that I do actually kind of tell a story if you kind of look beyond the surface of the music and everything else on top of that.
Marry
So
for love?
Let me just play
For
this
most
for
of
you.
history, the
and
idea
here's
would
the
have
history
seemed
of
silly.
marriage.
Marriage was essential for day-to-day survival, for reproduction and social acceptance. Today, we marry for love and so much more. But how did we get here? Let's look to Abraham Maslow as our unlikely tour guide. Maybe you learned in Psych 101 about his hierarchy of needs, with physiological and safety needs at the bottom, belonging and love needs in the middle, and esteem and self-actualization needs at the top. Like a video game of life, you can't pursue the higher needs until you've met the lower ones. For thousands of years, spouses were workmates. They struggled together to produce the food, clothing, and shelter required to survive. Then, starting around 1850, America and other Western nations industrialized. Increasing wealth meant that more people could meet those low-level needs without being married. For the first time ever, personal fulfillment became a primary goal of marriage, which jumped up to Maslow's love and belonging level. Spouses went from workmates to soulmates. But this early version of soulmate marriage was based on the idea that men and women should adhere to radically different gender stereotypes in order to inspire love. The assertive breadwinner married the nurturing homemaker. In the 1960s, people staged a full-on revolt against these constricting social roles. Individuality, freedom of expression, and authenticity became the holy grail. Today, we still marry for love, but we also require that our partner help us grow toward our authentic self. Michelangelo said that sculpting is not about creating a sculpture, but about revealing it, chiseling and polishing the block of marble to reveal the beautiful form slumbering within. Similarly, married people began looking to their partner to sculpt away their flaws and facades, bringing forth the authentic self buried within. The climb of marriage up Maslow's hierarchy creates a paradox. On one hand, as our expectations become increasingly complex, more marriages fall short. To meet our highest needs, our partner must understand us profoundly. Even if we invest tons of time and effort in the relationship, which most of us aren't doing, there's no guarantee we'll attain this level of understanding. From this perspective, it's no surprise that the divorce rate doubled between 1960 and 1980, reaching 50%, or that the average marriage is less satisfying today than it was a few decades ago. On the other hand, the best marriages today are better than the best marriages of earlier eras. When they do manage to fulfill our highest needs, we can achieve, in Maslow's words, profound happiness, serenity, and richness of the inner life. In our grandparents' era, a loving and respectful marriage generally made people happy. Today, many of us find such a marriage disappointing if it doesn't also facilitate our voyage of self-discovery and personal growth. But those of us whose marriage achieves all of that enjoy a level of marital fulfillment that Grandma and Grandpa wouldn't have dreamed possible.
So how was that? So yes, there's the history over the past 150 years on relationships, especially marriage. How has that changed dramatically? Now, of course, you know, we want and expect from a relationship, and you know, it's grown so complex that, as Professor Eli Finkel explores, relationships are no longer about simply teaming up to meet our basic needs for food, for shelter, and security. Okay? Modern relationships go beyond biological needs and into the realm of the emotional and spiritual. We want to feel loved and cherished. We want a partner to share our life's adventure with. We want our relationships to nurture and inspire us, to help us grow into our best selves and fulfill our highest potential. All relationships have the potential to meet these needs, but a consciously loving relationships makes this a priority. Now, of course, we know Maslow's pyramid of hierarchy of the physiological needs for food, water, and warmth, and the safety needs, security and safety, and the belongingness and love needs, intimate relationships and friends, and of course the self-esteem needs as we go up the pyramid, prestige and feeling of accomplishment. And then, of course, the top of the pyramid, self-actualization, achieving one's full potential, including creative activities. But creating a partnership that can satisfy all of these needs, from the most basic physiological needs right up to self-actualization, is, in fact, incredibly challenging. As we ask more of our relationships, our rising expectation leads to increased pressure and greater levels of dissatisfaction. But the relationships that get it right experience more happiness and fulfillment than ever before. So the question is here, how do we do it? How do we do it? And by their very nature, conscious relationships are not prescriptive. They really aren't. You are not following someone else's rule book. You're not writing the rules for yourself. This means that from the outside, one version of a conscious relationship will look entirely different to another. And having that said, there are some foundational qualities here that distinguish conscious relationships from the default way of doing relationships. And there's 4 important qualities of conscious relationships. And starting with number 1, taking radical responsibility. Also, ladies and gentlemen, known as owning your damn shit. Sorry to say it that way. But how many relationships have we all gone into and we just don't own our own damn shit? And you wonder why you end up leading to toxic relationships. Radical responsibility requires taking ownership of your limitations and admitting your shortcomings. The places where you can do better, the relationship skills that you need to improve, your triggers, your past hurts, unhelpful coping mechanisms, your neurotic and compulsive behaviors. Because there's no toxic behavior that can't be unlearned. No skill that can be improved. No challenge that can't be worked out. So as long as you're willing to hold yourself to a higher standard and do the work. But the problem here is that with this is our unresolved relationship baggage that tends to lurk in our blind spots, which by its very name makes it very hard to see. You must be willing to show up and grow up. Continually develop your emotional intelligence, your communication skills, your ability to understand and empathize. Radical responsibility means taking 100% ownership for your 50% of the relationship. And if that isn't challenging enough, owning your limitations is only the beginning. Radical responsibility also means taking ownership of what you want, which is surprisingly difficult. From the day that we're born, we're subject to the relentless conditioning of society, culture, and the media. We're told how to live our lives and what our relationship should look like. This makes it hard to differentiate between what you really want and what you're supposed to want. It's also incredibly vulnerable. You have to show your true self, leaving you open to criticism and rejection. And even if you can identify what you want, we're taught to prioritize other people's needs above our own in order to be a good person and be a good partner. Maintaining the status quo feels like the safer but exhausting option. Yet this is how we lose ourselves in relationships. By sacrificing our sense of self for the comfort and security of relationships that ultimately don't serve us. How don't you lose yourself in a relationship? Well, one, you need to know your personal boundaries and needs. Two, you need to validate your own feelings and emotions. Three, you need to maintain your friendships. You need to prioritize your you time, your passion, your projects, and your hobbies. You need to be willing to risk rejection for what's important to you. Learn about how to embrace healthy conflict. Instead, radical responsibility asks that you take courageous stand for yourself, even in the face of rejection or misunderstanding. Identify your non-negotiables and prioritize them over comfort and security and acceptance. Admit to having needs and take responsibility for what's truly important to you. This isn't demanding your own way or refusing to meet your partner's needs. It's not making your partner responsible for meeting your needs either. Being open to influence and learning how to collaborate are essential aspects of a conscious relationship. But it does mean that you refuse to compromise your standards, long-term happiness, or fulfillment for fear of conflict or rejection. Your needs, your happiness, your life are your responsibility. And if you don't prioritize them, no one else will. The second conscious relationship quality, growth mindset. We rarely come into relationships with the best toolkit for success. As radical responsibility identifies, we each have our triggers, our past wounds, and our unhelpful ways of dealing with conflict. But a growth mindset assumes that we can do better. All relationships provide the perfect opportunity for those hidden hurts to arise. That's why no one will push your buttons quite like your partner does. A conscious relationship doesn't see this as a problem either. However, it sees this as the point. In a conscious relationship, your baggage is brought to the surface so that you can learn to heal and grow through it. It's how your relationship helps you become a more loving, compassionate, and courageous version of yourself. There's no better place to process and sort your shit out than a conscious relationship. A growth mindset acknowledges that there will be times of challenge and conflict in your relationship, and that's not a bad thing. Anticipating and encouraging these natural relationship growth stages invites us into higher order thinking and problem solving. It's an invitation to collaborate, work as a team, and face these inevitable challenges together. The problem with growth mindset, however, is that growth can easily become overemphasized. You just have to take a quick look around the internet and you'll find that most definitions of conscious relationships focus on prioritizing growth above all else. And while welcoming growth and change in a relationship is healthy, constantly seeking it out is not. Over prioritizing growth will burn out a relationship just as quickly as avoiding it will. A relationship that is constantly processing creates imbalance and unnecessary drama. Despite the ideology pushed by popular personal development memes, you don't always have to be pushing the envelope or stretching outside the comfort zone. In secure, and I mean secure, high-functioning relationships, the comfort zone is prized and valued too. Connection, fun, intimacy, security, relaxation, healing, bonding, and even growth all occur in the comfort zone. And yes, facing your fears and challenges yourself is important. And having a safe, nurturing place to integrate those challenges is just as important. And ultimately, a conscious relationship doesn't need to force growth. Life already presents endless opportunities to grow. But by adopting a growth mindset, you hold yourself to a higher standard in order to embrace that growth and to move beyond limiting relationship patterns. Let's look at conscious relationship quality number 3. Presence and appreciation. Contrary to conventional wisdom, the leading cause of a relationship breakdown isn't communication problems, conflict, or affairs. It's the slow decay of friendship and closeness. And this breakdown is often seen as inevitable, that over time, a relationship simply loses spark as you grow further apart. But friendships and connection only break down if you become complacent or check out. Presence is the preventative medicine here. Being present means being actively invested and involved in your relationship. That you prioritize the quality time with each other. And that you're alert and engaged when sharing that time. Which is huge in today's world of smartphones and hyper distraction. Presence requires dedication and consistent effort. Not only in taming the never-ending mind chatter, but also in the effort to honor each other. Presence means being there in your relationship, choosing it, prioritizing it, and showing your partner with words and actions that you're there with them, not simply coexisting or taking them for granted. However, showing up, just showing up, isn't enough. Honoring each other also means sharing your appreciation and showing your partner that you value them. and all that they bring to your life, not what they can do for you. Big difference. I'm going to give you some practical ways to be present in a relationship. Prioritize screen-free quality time. Create daily connection rituals. That might just be over a cup of coffee in the morning for breakfast. Instead of fixing, ask curious questions. Make regular eye contact. And we'll go into that one a little bit more. Notice what's working and share appreciation generously. Now I want to go to the importance of appreciation. Appreciation doesn't come naturally, and it needs to be practiced intentionally. It's the whole point of conscious living, to live purposefully and intentionally with full awareness. In fact, appreciation contradicts the way our brains naturally function. As us humans have what's called a negativity bias. We notice what's not working far more than we notice what is working. And this means that the problems in your relationship will take on far more emotional and psychological significance to you. And over time, this undermines your ability to recognize the joys and blessings that exist in your relationship. Which is why mindfully practicing appreciation is so, so important. But let me be clear here. Appreciation is not bypassing. You're not neglecting problems or ignoring the challenges. Appreciation does mean that you're spending just as much time actively looking for what's right about your relationship as you do is trying to resolve what's wrong. And the amazing thing about appreciation is it's self-reinforcing, an upward spiral of acknowledgement, praise, and validation. The more you look for things to be grateful for in your relationship, the more you find. And that continual positive reinforcement inspires you both to become better people and better partners. Appreciation is so powerful that it has the ability to transform even the most dysfunctional of relationships if you're willing to try. Conscious relationship quality number 4, autonomy. In most modern day relationships, autonomy, the right to be self-governing and independent, seems like a given. So how is this considered special in terms of conscious relationships? The truth is, conventional relationship paradigms have a tendency to diminish autonomy. Our fairy tales and rom-coms speak of soulmates and happily ever afters. We glorify sameness and the merging of two souls. Our two stories become one story, and over time individuality is lost. And it's why so many people feel trapped by commitment. Relationships feel like an impossible choice between our need for independence and our need for intimacy. The conscious relationship asks, why not both? If we were to look what interdependence is, autonomy and togetherness. Autonomy is the pursuit of personal goals and aspirations. Autonomy is having clear boundaries. Autonomy is maintaining personal interests. Autonomy is having an extended support network. Autonomy is don't shrink yourself to please others. Autonomy is asking for what you want. Autonomy is holding yourself to a higher standard. But togetherness is creating shared goals and aspiration. Respecting each other's boundaries. Sharing hobbies together. Share your world with each other. Respect each other's differences. Collaborate to find shared solutions. And hold each other accountable. Why can't we have a mix of all of that? In valuing autonomy, we're not devaluing togetherness. Rather, we're defying the idea of merging and identity loss and giving equal importance to individuality and togetherness. Which, of course, brings its own set of challenges. The happily ever after myth provides a sense of security and safety. And even if it's only an illusion, by choosing autonomy as a higher value, shatters that illusion. Freedom in a conscious relationship means the freedom to make our own choices, including the freedom to not choose the relationship. Autonomy respects the right to our individual opinions, values, and perspectives, which includes the freedom to disagree. It knows that we can't control the outcome of relationship, and that the best that we can do is show up each day and keep choosing each other. But it's that choice that makes a conscious relationship even more valuable and precious. By valuing autonomy, a conscious partnership overcomes one of the most challenging dichotomies that relationship poses: our need for closeness and our need for freedom. A conscious relationship doesn't make empty promises about forever after. Instead, you make a daily commitment to give your best and to take radical responsibility to embrace growth and to celebrate each other's differences and honor it. So how do we create the conscious partnership? Building a conscious partnership starts with reflection and intentionality. First, you need to get clear on the purpose and the vision of your relationship. Next, create a set of agreements to enshrine that purpose and vision. Then commit to the daily habits and actions that shape your conscious relationship. But first, we need to understand what the purpose of our relationship is. We need to have a sense of purpose, what separates a floundering relationship from an exceptional one. Because without knowing why you're in the relationship, what it gives you, what it helps you achieve, why it's important to you, a relationship will become lifeless and directionless. And so it's also your why. Remember I was talking about earlier in the show, the why question. It's also your why that helps you motivate you through the tough times. Your purpose doesn't have to be an altruistic vision for the benefit of all humankind. It just needs to feel inspiring and authentic to you. One of my relationship whys is to bring more joy into another's life. Simple but powerful. But it helps us to define priorities and stay on track. And getting clear on your purpose will instantly give your relationship more meaning. The next one is vision. If purpose is your true north, then vision is your compass. It helps you know if you're lost, if you're on the right track. It's informed by your why, but it's more like the what it looks like, what it feels like, the way you relate to each other, what you do together. It's the day-to-day vibe of your relationship. You're answering the question, what does an awesome relationship look like to you? Your vision also includes the nuts and bolts kind of stuff of how you like to structure your relationship. Are you monogamous? Are you in an open relationship? What constitutes cheating? How involved are you in each other's friendships, work lives, hobbies? How do you handle your finances? How do you communicate and deal with conflict? You can't create your ideal relationship until you have an idea of what it looks like. Number 3, what agreements govern your relationship? Agreements are like rules, the rules of the relationship game. Your boundaries. And because they're informed by your idea of relationship and not somebody else's, they empower you rather than restrict you. They make the game winnable by actively supporting you to achieve the type of relationship that you want. To create them, use your purpose and vision to decide what agreements need to be in place before you support those ideals. In a relationship, you have agreements around almost everything that you do. How you handle conflict, how you initiate sex, to what it means to be monogamous, etc. Your agreements also reflect the qualities of a conscious relationship itself. Such agreement that our relationship is a vehicle for personal growth. We're dedicated to the highest potential of our relationship and ourselves as individuals. Once you made your agreements, you move on to actions. What actions did you take in your relationship? Purpose, visions, agreements are all important, but they won't matter unless you take action. What you do in your relationship counts a lot, and over time, it's the daily habits and actions that decide the health of your relationship and how successfully it functions. Just like the previous 3 steps, there's no one size fits all here. But if you want to build yourself for a conscious relationship, creating your purpose, your vision, and your agreements are the next best steps. They lay the foundations that will give you important insights about the key actions you need to take to help your relationship thrive. But building a conscious relationship is an art. In truth, it's infinitely more complex than a single blog or a single article or a single anything that you search up on the internet or even this show can ever cover. Because every relationship has its own unique challenges and needs. But with mindfulness and intentionality, you can create something that is truly fulfilling. When you shed the old paradigms of what a relationship should look like, you make space for a new way, your way. A way of doing relationship that supports you in becoming your best self and facilitates the profound connection that we so fundamentally crave as humans. And for those who still question relationships, who think that this is a relationship, it can be constraining or restrictive. You know, secretly, I used to resent being in a relationship. And I never believed that I could truly feel freedom in a relationship. Not that I was ever super aware of it, but it was more of a niggling anxiety that showed up whenever things got tough, during arguments, or when my own wants and needs contradicted those of my partners. And it was based on this belief that relationships kill freedom. As a freedom-loving, highly spontaneous woman, that created quite the dilemma for me. I had this idea that being single meant that I could make whatever choices I wanted, that I didn't have to think about how my actions affected others, because I answered to no one but myself. But on the other hand, I thought that being in a relationship meant compromise. That it meant being responsible for someone else and giving up my own needs to cater for the needs of my partner. I thought that it meant being restrictive. So, having this kind of semi-conscious belief, you'd think I'd have spent most of my younger years being single, right? Nope. In fact, I got married young. I've been married twice. I've had 5 children. And I was more in a relationship more often than not, with hardly any break between relationships. But what I did was shrink my own wants and needs as small as possible in an effort to keep my relationships as smooth and easy. I tried my hardest not to impose or be disagreeable. I was a yes girl, which meant I spent a lot of time biting my tongue and suffocating my dreams. And as you can imagine, burying myself like this made for a lot of resentment. Relationships at the end of the day ended up feeling, or relationship felt smothering to me because I was smothering me. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So when things got tough, and they always got tough, because spoiler alert, every relationship has challenges, what did I do? Cut and run. Not always because I wanted to cut and run, but in generally speaking, if it was on a voluntary level, you cut and run, because I believed that staying equals less freedom while leaving equals more. But how do we find freedom in a relationship? You know, with freedom being as one of my highest values, I would never ever stick around in a relationship if it meant less freedom. And so in essence, underneath it all, under the superficial belt, you never really commit. You always keep one foot out the door. And you never really actually go as deep with your partners as you could or probably should have. And I'd never really actually thought about this until I was talking with a friend. And she felt like her relationship, her being in a relationship meant sacrifice compromise, and that she didn't have the freedom to change her mind or to follow her soul. And not surprisingly, this was causing huge problems for her. And while she loved her partner deeply, she was struggling with her sense of self, worth, and personal power. She felt trapped, smothered, disempowered, and restless because it was causing overwhelming anxieties in all areas of her life. And of course, this sounded oh so familiar to me. So how do we make the shift? You take responsibility for your own needs and you speak them out loud. And of course, it's scary speaking your truth, especially in a relationship. And I'm generalizing these relationships right now. I'm not talking about the extreme relationships where we're dealing with toxicity. This is just a generalization. You can talk about what you want in the earlier days, and it makes it so much easier, and what you don't want. And if your new partner disagrees, the stakes aren't quite so high. And you can walk away if you're not a good fit and if you're not heading in the same direction. The differences often don't matter that much, and they're easy to ignore. And a difference is also a big part of what makes a new relationship so exciting. The thrill of the unknown creates a lot of dramatic and sexy tension. But as your relationship deepens, the stakes get higher. And as you care more for your partner and you care more about what they think, it's harder to shrug off things because their acceptance and approval of you is more important now. Their disagreement can feel like a personal challenge that cuts to the core. And if you share a need or desire with your partner, I want to move overseas, or I'm going to quit my job, or I'd like to be having more sex, or you don't always know how they'll respond, or even worse, you think you know exactly how they respond. You're scared that they won't accept you, that rejection part, or they won't be okay with you, with what you want. And that really hurts. Because you're so much more invested in each other's lives, and it's not so easy to walk away if you disagree. And so the solution seems simple: bottle it up and don't talk about it. And obviously that solution doesn't work so well. Resentment festers, a mental tug of war between what you want as an individual and the harmony that you want in your relationship begins. And it can be downright crazy making. But here's the real solution. Say the goddamn thing anyway, whatever it may be. If you want your needs met, you have to self-validate. You have to speak up. You have to know that no matter how your partner reacts, your wants and needs are worthy of being shared. It's the fear of how you be received, rejected, abandoned, judged, rather than the relationship itself. That creates the feeling of restriction. And taking responsibility for your own needs is the first step to finding freedom in a relationship. The next step is that you need to challenge the idea that being in a relationship means less freedom. So if you focus on all the ways that you think that you can't find freedom in a relationship, let me suggest this for you. I have to prioritize what someone else wants. I have to consider how my actions affect my partner. Don't be selfish. Compromise and be selfless. But there are two powerful truths here that can be completely ignored. One, the first one, is that you didn't have to do a goddamn thing. You don't have to do anything. I have to prioritize. I have to consider. At this point, you are choosing simply not to, or unwilling to accept the consequences of choosing not to. Either way, it's still your choice. But most importantly, there are actually so many ways that a relationship can give more freedom. And that's the truth that really shakes people up. When you start to challenge this idea that a relationship means less freedom, you'll start to realize just how wrong you really are. The support of a partner when times are tough is incredibly liberating and also enabling. And those times when you're burnt out and insecure, overwhelmed, or just lost, the loving and insightful guidance of a partner means that you are and can be able to do more of the things that you want, not less. And above all, relationships are freaking fun. And now from this point, you can have the most amazing adventures together, traveling the world, starting a business, sleeping out under a starry desert sky, and exploring maybe Turkey, the Turkish markets by the sea. And sure, I can do these things by myself, but sharing them with someone else brings so much joy. And yes, freedom. And not to mention, all the ways of having a loving partner teaches you to love and to accept those parts of yourself that you thought were completely shameful and unlovable. And that is perhaps the most liberating thing of all. And so it is that I've come to realize that being in a relationship can actually bring more freedom and not less. It's all in how I look at it, the perspective, and how I show up. Which brings me to another kind of relationship. And since we are talking about conscious living and conscious relationships, I would like to talk about another relationship. And that is long distance conscious relationships. Of course, we are in a time where COVID has brought us to kind of our knees in terms of relationships that we could be having. The whole dating scene has kind of been abruptly disconnected, physically anyway. But how do we have a conscious long distance relationship? How do we survive it and thrive at the same time? And there's a special kind of agony that comes from living apart from the person that you really love. And way back in the day, I myself have had quite a few long distance, long term relationships. And like most long distance couples, we're always forced to confront some painful fears and insecurities. The two biggest are how are long distance relationships really worth it? And can it really work, or can it evolve into something meaningful? And what I've done is I've combined the best of what I've learned with the strategies and practical tips that I've developed for relationships that I use to coach my clients. And this is just more than a theory behind how to maintain long-distance relationships. It's more like a step-by-step action plan that you can use in your relationship right now, since especially now that it's COVID-19, and long-term relationships or long-distance relationships and dating at a distance is now a thing. Here is what I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you how to stay emotionally connected in a long-distance relationship. The most common long-distance relationship problems and struggles and how to avoid them. And then I'm going to show you how to survive the long-distance relationship for a long period of time. And you got to think about this as an ultimate evidence and experience-based guide that I'm going to give you to having a happy, healthy, and successful long-distance relationship. But before we get to that, let's tackle this one important question first. Do long-distance relationships work? Absolutely they do. Long-distance relationships can strengthen communication skills, deepen emotional connection, and help you find a healthy balance between closeness and independence. LDRs can, or other words known as long-distance relationships, I've just abbreviated it, set you up for long-term success by bringing up underlying issues that many in-person relationships neglect to deal with. Think of it this way. Time spent in a long-distance relationship is kind of like human years versus cat years. 6 months in a long-distance relationship can feel like 2 years of deep, focused relationship work, which doesn't come always easy. And by implementing these long-distance relationship tips, I believe that you can drastically improve the quality of your long-distance relationship. And for those who are wondering, the type of long-distance relationship that I had was in 2 completely different continents. So let's go on to give you the best tips and advice on how to make a long-distance relationship to work. Here's the first tip. The first tip is to have an end date. You know how looking forward to the weekend helps you make it through a boring work day? Or having a relationship rendezvous to focus on can help you overcome the distance. Big picture wise, you still want to have to plan about how to be together permanently, but prioritizing the temporary times is just as important too. Maybe it's a holiday you're planning together or an upcoming weekend visit, or maybe there's a family event or a midweek work trip that means you'll be in the same city. These visits break up the monotony and isolation and give you something to look forward to. But as the craziness of 2020, see? Making my speech go funny. The craziness of 2020 has shown sometimes these shorter term goals aren't really actually possible. So if you're not sure when you have a chance to see each other again, here comes tip number 2. Find the certainty with the uncertainty. And sometimes it's not possible to sketch out a timeline. Sometimes the complexities of work, study, travel, or family get in the way. And not knowing how or when you can be together is when things start to feel bleak and hopeless. But not having a crystal plan for the future doesn't mean your long-distance relationship is without certainty. Because here's the thing. Every time you show up for each other on a video call or sending a message, you're choosing each other. You're making a big, bold, beautiful statement that says, I'm still here and I'm still choosing this. And that's incredibly valuable form of certainty and commitment. Which brings me to the third tip. Get comfortable with silence. There is plenty of times in an in-person relationship where you're just hanging out and not saying much. But sitting in silence on FaceTime or whatever you use as your form of communication in a long-distance relationship kind of feels very weird. And even though silence is normal and natural, it's one of those unique long-distance relationship problems that makes people question the health of their relationship and worry that there is something wrong. So instead of seeing silence as a problem, try to embrace it. When you first get on a video call, try and intentionally sitting in silence for a moment. Don't just look at it, but really notice one another. Pay attention to your body, your breath, your emotions, and any sensations that you're feeling. Also notice how you're impacted by each other's presence. And this might feel awkward at first. But you'll feel surprised about what it can open up between the two of you. Start a video date with this online variation of eye gazing. And it can help you feel more centered and relaxed. And it can also give you an opportunity to appreciate each other and connect without words. Now, I'm going to show you a video about what eye gazing really is, just because I found it fascinating. But here goes nothing. Enjoy.
The moment of eye gazing with Carolyn was life-changing.
There was
The moment of eye gazing with Carolyn was life-changing.
There was such a connection that it came outside of us, and it was just the sweetest joy.
Something I'd like to really share with you now in this group is the extent to which eye gazing has changed my life. I've had a stutter since I was 5. When I started eye gazing, I didn't expect that my speech would be impacted.
It's awkward, uncomfortable, and in some cultures it's even considered rude. But now, staring into each other's eyes for abnormal periods of time not only makes us better humans, it solves speech impediments, improves sex lives, it alleviates anxiety, and it can even cure loneliness. In fact, 20 years ago, psychologists discovered that just 4 minutes of looking into each other's eyes can bring people closer than anything else.
There are changes in brain area activation, there are hormones that are released. At the end of the day, the potential benefit is pretty big.
So big that eye gazers like Tony, Carolyn and Cindy are showing up all around the world. Recently, 100,000 people in 160 cities took part in a massive starefest.
This is the world's biggest eye contact experiment. We're doing it again to build our sense of human connection in public.
Then there was this. Using eye gazing, Amnesty International set up a social experiment attempting to change Europeans' racist attitudes towards refugees. And it worked. Now there's monthly eye gazing meetups in almost every part of Australia. And given it's become so popular, I'm thinking there's got to be more than meets the eye here. So with my skepticism in plain sight, I'm meeting with eye contact expert Dr. Lisa Williams.
So in a nutshell, is this whole eye gazing scenario a bag of bullshit?
Engaging in this sustained eye contact with strangers can actually bring about social connection, and that's a powerful thing. So I would have to say I'm less skeptical than I might normally be, knowing the research that supports the idea.
Lisa, why is it so uncomfortable for us to, lock eyes with someone?
There are these really complex rules that we all implicitly go by without much thinking. So to purposefully do one type of thing for a long time, just like holding a smile for 5 minutes, would feel really awkward. Looking at someone for a sustained amount of time is also awkward.
Is there any science behind this?
There are changes in brain area activation. The infamous love hormone, oxytocin, can be released. Eye contact is a crucial aspect of attraction. So if we're locked eyes with someone, we're picking up emotional information from pupil dilation. And it turns out when we're aroused or feeling strong emotions, our pupils dilate. And suddenly there's the sense that, oh wow, we must be attracted to each other.
The eye gazing experience that I had with Tony was really quite a defining moment. We'd only known each other a couple of weeks.
One morning we were just far enough apart that we weren't touching in any way.
Tony was staring at me directly into my eyes, and it was a bit weird, and I gradually started to hold my gaze. It sounds really, really crazy, but I sort of went like, did you see that, or did you feel that?
I felt a wave coming from Carolyn, and we both exclaimed that our souls had kissed.
We hadn't had anything to drink, there's no alcohol, no drugs, nothing. So it wasn't like we were in any way hallucinating, no. What a hippie.
So real that soon after Carolyn and Tony got married. 25 years on, they still swear by eye gazing. Love at first sight? Okay, sure. But is the human stare really that powerful?
Eye gazing has really helped me overcome my stutter in such a huge way.
For 34-year-old Cindy, eye gazing didn't get her hitched, but she says it did cure a stutter she'd had most of her life.
The anxiety around my speech was overwhelming. I felt like I was going to die, it was that bad. I was so self-conscious that if I blocked or got stuck on a word, I was so scared to look stupid that I put shackles on myself. Going through the eye gazing experience, I've broken the shackles to speak up and to speak freely.
Cindy's been going to eye gazing events for the past year or so and now runs her own workshops.
And I still get stuck on that word sometimes. We've all got something that we're able to work on, and the answer may be found through eye gazing.
If anyone's going to have the answer as to whether this thing actually works, it's Igor Kramen. He's been eye gazing around the world for years, and he started the eye gazing movement in Australia.
I've got to say, I'm a little bit uncomfortable sitting across from you now because you really stare.
I think you have a good gaze.
What's a good gaze? That's so funny. What does that mean?
I just mean that you hold eye contact quite well. You seem really comfortable, so it invites me to come in.
What would you say to skeptics or people that kind of hear you now and think these people are just a bunch of hippies and they're full of shit?
I think that's a fair assessment, mate. This could be a little bit radical for some people. Yeah, you see the results instantaneously.
There are thousands of strangers right around the country meeting in public parks like this right now to lock eyes with a complete stranger.
I sit by myself and let whoever wants to approach me can approach me. In eye gazing, they have an opportunity to question who I am. I'd like them to kind of go back and reflect and be like, I met Muhammad today. He didn't try to blow me up. No, not all Muslims are threatening. Not all Muslims are dangerous.
We all connected somehow, even if we don't communicate.
What were you feeling?
Look, to be completely honest, it's not the sort of thing that you can just look into someone's eyes and you're going to understand the person. Often when you start talking to them afterwards, you realise that they could be a completely different person to who you envisioned the entire time.
Well, of course you can't get to know a person just by looking into their eyes, but there's clearly something going on when our eyeballs lock. So, I might just actually stare awkwardly deep into people's eyes more often.
Isn't that interesting? Of all the things that we could possibly do in our lives, hang on. Of all the things that we could possibly the reback. There you go. So eye gazing is just one of those things that it's one of those quirky things that we kind of take it for what it is. But there is actually a positive hormonal boost in this practice too. So obviously, just to recap, studies on the neuroscience of eye gazing show an increase in oxytocin, aka the love and bonding hormone, the increasing the feelings of closeness and negating some of the negative psychological effects of long distance relationships. The fourth tip on how to make, excuse me, a long distance relationship work. How to improve the quality of your conversations. Now, how do you stay emotionally connected in a long distance relationships? Obviously, communication is key. But communicating is more than just talking. It's how and what you communicate that matters. One of the simplest ways to improve the quality of your conversations is to improve the quality of your questions. Instead of saying the usual, how was your day, conversation trying to go a little deeper, try saying this. What was the best thing that happened today and why? It leads to a much more fulfilling conversation. Focus on questions that develop your understanding of each other, from current passions or struggles or childhood or favorite movies or books, all of which will help update what you are forming is your little love map and deepen your emotional connection with that person. Tip number 5, make video calls optional. A common mistake by many long-distance couples is making talking every single day. Now, staying connected on a daily is a beautiful sentiment, but it can also create a ton of pressure and expectation, especially because there's going to be times when you're just not up for it. Communication frequency in a long-distance relationship is more art than science. It depends on your individual lifestyles, communication styles, personalities, and, of course, the lucky last, time zones. To help take the pressure off, have a judgment and guilt-free opt-out policy. It's okay to decrease the regularity of your calls if it means increasing the quality. Trust that you can give each other a bit of time and space and savor the bittersweetness of actually missing each other. Tip number 6, live up the single life. No, I'm not talking about playing the field. You got to respect whatever relationship agreements you already have. But you know all the cool stuff that comes with being single. Hanging out with friends and family, prioritizing your passions and hobbies, sleeping diagonally across the bed and giving 0 fucks. Yeah, I like that one. You get to have it all. And an awesome relationship too. Now, the truth is that many people struggle with maintaining a sense of self and feeling freedom in a relationship, which inevitably leads to serious problems down the track. But long-distance relationships gives you an opportunity to excel at this from the beginning. See time spent apart as an opportunity to become your best selves, so that when you are finally together, you're coming together as two amazing, whole, and fulfilled individuals. Discovering and being yourselves pays dividends not just for you, but your relationship in the long term. Tip number 7, slay the paranoia monster. We get it. Living the single life away from each other can bring all those anxieties and unhealthy attachment styles to the surface. It increases in jealousy and insecurity and common emotional and psychological effects of long-distance relationships. But there are ways to prevent these feelings from ruling your life. One super helpful commitment is going to give your partner the benefit of the doubt. If they do not text back or miss a call that you had scheduled, don't jump straight to, well, they must have found someone new and don't even want me to be with them anymore. Instead, go with the more reasonable and much more likely explanation that they may have fallen asleep on the couch, or they're catching up on some work and lost track of time, or they've got their time zones mixed up and they're still cooking dinner. Stay cool, calm, collected, and actively work to keep that paranoia monster at bay. Otherwise, you will risk creating problems where there are none. Which brings me to the next video about attachment styles. If we are noticing an increase in anxiety or worry, we need to learn about what our attachment style is. And so I'm going to show you a video of what attachment style is so that you can understand it. And you might be able to figure out what kind of attachment style you have. So here goes.
One of the greatest questionnaires in the history of 20th century psychology had a modest start in the pages of a local Colorado newspaper, the Rocky Mountain News, in July 1985. The work of two University of Denver psychologists, Cindy Hazan and Philip Shaver, the questionnaire asked readers to identify which of three statements most closely reflected who they were in love. To hugely improve our chances of thriving in relationships, we should dare to take the same test. Option A. I find it relatively easy to get close to others and am comfortable depending on them and having them depend on me. I don't worry about being abandoned or about someone getting too close to me. Option B. I find that others are reluctant to get as close as I would like. I often worry that my partner doesn't really love me or won't want to stay with me. I want to get very close to my partner, and this sometimes scares people away. Option C. I am somewhat uncomfortable being close to others. I find it difficult to trust them completely, difficult to allow myself to depend on them. I'm nervous when anyone gets too close, and often others want me to be more intimate than I feel comfortable being. Which of these options applies to you? A, B, or C? Behind the scenes, the options refer to the three main styles of relating to other people, first identified by the English psychologist John Bowlby, the inventor of attachment theory in the 1950s and 60s. Option A signals what is known as a secure pattern of attachment, whereby love and trust come easily. Option B refers to what's known as the anxious pattern of attachment, where one longs to be intimate with others, but is continuously scared of letdown and often precipitates crises in relationships through counterproductively aggressive behavior. Option C is what is known as the avoidant pattern of attachment, where it feels much easier to avoid the dangers of intimacy through solitary activities and emotional withdrawal. Questionnaires in newspapers are rarely of much use, but Hazan and Shaver's is the momentous exception. If there is one thing we should do to improve our relationships, it is to know ahead of time which of the three categories we predominantly belong to, A, B, or C, and to deploy the knowledge in love so as to warn ourselves and others of the traps we might fall into. We then need a little training, because half of us at least are not secure in love. We belong in the camps of either the avoidant or the anxious, and we have, to complicate matters, an above-average propensity to fall in love with someone from the other damaged side, thereby aggravating our insecurities and defences in the process. Here is a brief list of what avoidance and anxious types should keep in mind in their relationships. If you are an avoidant with someone anxiously attached, well, recognize the extent to which you check out emotionally when things are intense, particularly when there is an offer of closeness. Recognize how you will tend to prefer sex and closeness with strangers, and how nervous you will be around cuddles and kissing. You probably don't want to keep the light on either. Watch how you sabotage long-term intimacy. Have compassion that you are afraid of what you really want. Think back to how in your past closeness would have been frightening because people let you down, and observe how you adopted a strategy of removal to protect yourself. You are hurt, not bad. Remind yourself that the present is different from the past and that you are ruining the present by bringing to it fear-laden dynamics that don't actually belong there. It may feel like your partner is being aggressive and ill-tempered with you for no reason. They are at heart upset and unable to express their needs in any other way. They want you, and that's why they are behaving as they are. Look beneath their nagging and their accusations and believe in their underlying goodwill. When they attack you, see their longing for love. Do that very frightening thing. Extend reassurance and explain calmly the appeal of the cave. If you are an anxious person with an avoidant partner, here are some other things to bear in mind. Things are not necessarily as bad as they seem. The other person's quiet might just be quiet, not a lack of love. Their distance isn't necessarily meanness. It might be their way of maintaining equilibrium. On the other hand, you are not demented or needy to want more, but your way of dealing with what you legitimately need may be aggravating things hugely. You might be triggering your partner by asking for intimacy too directly and also probably with too much anger. Realize that you need to tread lightly and to be a little distant in requesting closeness. Your partner isn't mean or freakish, merely damaged as a you, and that's very normal. A full 40% of the population are in your positions, either insecurely attached or anxiously attached. Knowing whether we can be classed as secure, avoidant, or anxious in love should be a basic fact we grasp about ourselves. The next step is to accept with grace that if we are either avoidant or anxious, we're going to need considerable emotional schooling to get out of scratchy patterns and stand a chance of building up a good enough relationship.
Our relationships book calmly guides us with calm and charm through the key issues of relationships to ensure that success in love need not be a matter of good luck. For more, click the link now.
And with that said, so did you work out what your relationship attachment style was? If you don't, so that's okay. Go back on the archive and have a look at the video all over again. But noticing an increase in anxiety or worry, a way to combat that is to try writing down your concerns and rationally working through them. When you speak with your partner, let them know that you had a visit from the paranoia monster and you need to talk it over. Take ownership for and of your fears and insecurities rather than putting the blame on their actions. Talking honestly about your thoughts and feelings will not only help keep the monster at bay, but it will also help build trust and emotional intimacy too. Tip number 8 on how to make a long-distance relationship work. Share the small moments. Speaking of emotional intimacy, it's often that small things that you miss the most when you're away from your partner, like sharing a coffee on a Sunday morning, snuggling on the couch watching Netflix, making dinner together. These everyday moments are incredibly precious to long-distance couples. When they help you feel more included and emotionally close to another. So take that cheesy snap of you and your toothbrush and text them and let them know that you're watching your favorite movie and thinking of them, and even better, set up a video call so you can sit and watch the same show together. Send them a playlist of your favorite Spotify jams or whatever you want, whatever you use. And some of the best ways to maintain a long-distance relationship are actually the most simplest. Tip number 9, mark your territory. Similar to sharing the little things, having physical reminders of each other in your space can really help too. Whether it's keeping one of their t-shirts in your closet, their favorite coffee mug on the kitchen bench, a photo scattered around the house. These little mementos will help them feel closer to your heart. A simple, sweet thing to do is to send each other little surprise items in the mail. It might be one of your hair clips or a book you've just read or perfume or lingerie or essential oil or whatever you want. Whatever the quirks are. The little items that you'd normally see laying around that remind you of each other. Tip number 10, speak each other's love language. Love languages are really, really important in every relationship, but for long distance relationships, they're essential in the survival skill. If you don't know what I'm talking about, the 5 love languages are from fellow relationship nerd Gary Chapman. Essentially, we all express and receive love in different ways. Verse 1 being words of affirmation, acts of service, quality time, gifts, and physical touch. Now, if I was to explain it perfectly differently in today's modern meme world, I could give you the 5 love languages explained with a burrito. You might have a little giggle here. Words of affirmation. Your burrito is delicious. Acts of service. I made you burritos. Quality time. Let's go and get some burritos together. Gifts. I got your favorite burrito for you. And physical touch. I'm wrapping you up in a big warm hug like a burrito. Okay? You may have seen a meme like that somewhere before. But knowing each other's love language helps you both feel loved and validated and valued. And they help a lot when long distance gets hard. Partner having a rough day, if their love language is gifts, then get a bunch of flowers or their favorite bakery treat delivered to send an injection of love their way. If their love language is affirmations, a heartfelt text or letter is the way to go. When you're far apart from each other, knowing how to speak each other's language is like having a heart on speed dial. You're going to have to bear with me my voice here. I had a neck injury not too long ago, so I'm recovering still. Occasionally I'll lose my voice. But here we go on to number 11. Tip number 11. Smash like partners just shared something on Instagram or Facebook or whatever social media. We're betting that there's one like that's worth more than all the others combined. It's such a simple yet powerful way to show that you're thinking of them, that you're following along with their life and right there with them in all the moments. Tip number 12, nourish your sexual connection. Of course, this is going to get R-rated right now, but sexual intimacy is obviously an important part of any relationship. When you consider the lack of physical touch in a long-distance relationship, all the cuddles and kisses and hand-holding that you miss out on, finding ways to connect intimately becomes even more important. The challenge is finding ways to connect sexually that feels both comfortable and satisfying. And there's no shortage of options here. It just simply requires good communication, respect of boundaries, and a little imagination. Now, of course, if you need some inspiration, here's some. I'm going to give you some. You can up your dirty talk game. Describe what you want to do with each other or recount your last steamy experience. Then, of course, you've got send the pics and videos. Choose your intensity from modest to yet suggestive and leave nothing to the imagination. Touch yourself while talking on the phone or turn the video on for a more visual experience. Leave voicemail messages of yourself orgasming. Self-pleasure while fantasizing about your partner, then message them the details. Share links to your favorite content you know that turns them on. And that could be porn, whatever you want. Explore the world of energetic sex, breath work, tantra. Explore energetic connection. Astral love, making love across the astral, across distance. Sexy tunes. Perform an erotic dance routine and film it. Send it to them. Set up your webcam in the bathroom so they can watch you while you're in the shower. Read erotic fiction to each other. Or utilize the distance to talk openly about your turn-ons, desires, and fantasies. Make it as interesting as you can. But please make sure that if you're entering into a long-distance relationship and you go down with the R-rated stuff, please make sure that, and this is important, ladies and guys, but more so ladies, make sure that you're confident that any images and videos that you send are for your partner's eyes only. And this might mean setting a boundary around how you want your images used and stored and ultimately deleted if that's what you want for any reason whatsoever. And if you're under age of 18 and you've stumbled across this show, me talking about it, know that sending nude images is considered child pornography and illegal. So please know your laws and stay safe. Tip number 13. Get clear on your boundaries. Speaking of sex, and if you've ever taken the time to define your relationship style, whether it's your relationship is monogamous, open, polyamorous, something in between, situationship, what exactly do those words mean to you? And what agreements come along with it? The thing is that most couples just assume that they're on the same page. But as the saying goes, assumption is the mother of all fuck-ups. So never assume. Even if you're clear on your relationship style, you want to further clarify on what your boundaries and expectations are. Explore questions around what flirting means to you and what to each of you, including what that looks like on social media. What exactly constitutes as cheating? Is it sexual connection, emotional intimacy? And what does transparency and honesty mean to you? These conversations can be difficult to have, but in the long term, they'll help build trust in your relationship and help you feel more secure with distance between you. Tip number 14, prepare for conflict. Misunderstandings in long-distance relationships can spiral out of control and real fast. And one of the most common reasons for why arguments begin is because feeling out of sync with each other. And you probably know what this feels like after a couple of bumpy minutes. It's clear that you're not on the same emotional page. Or you're explaining something important and they just don't see where you're coming from. Or for whatever reason, you can't quite get into the story that they're telling. The truth is, sometimes conversation and connection is awkward, especially in a long-distance relationship. And while you could try and persevere, sometimes it's simply better to let it be. Have a quick way to name it so that you can at least express your discomfort and manage expectations. Don't be afraid to say, I'm not in the right headspace today. Can we try again tomorrow? Create a strategy for when you're feeling disconnected rather than trying to deal with the moment. By anticipating conflict, you're prepared and ready to deal with a deal when it does inevitably come up. Tip number 15, get intentional. We've saved the best for last. here because here's the thing. When it comes to relationships, most people just fall into them and then make it up as they stumble along. On the other hand, successful long-distance relationships need much more planning and forethought. You have an opportunity here to get intentional, to set your relationship up for success in a way most in-person relationships never do. And this can look like a variety of things. From sketching out your relationship agreements to working out the big picture, the vision of your life together. It's about designing a relationship, something I refer to as conscious relationship, which is exactly what we've been talking about. With all the conversation-focused time that you have, there's an opportunity to talk about the stuff that really matters. Your values, your big picture dreams, your hopes, your fears for the future, what you want to create in your life, and why this relationship is important to you. You see, having these powerful conversations makes your relationship bulletproof. And yet many couples don't have the courage or intentionality to even go there. So with that said, I'm going to take my final break and we're going to move on to conscious parenting. You are listening to Soma Fusion Radio with your host, Katie Kamara, on Soma Fusion Media. For more information, please look me up on social media. Go to Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, LinkedIn, all of the worthwhile places, Facebook, MeWe. Or you can go over to my website at soma-fusion.com, somafusionmedia.com, and of course go over to YouTube, Soma Fusion, Mind, Body and Soul. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe out this show and let the whole world know what we're learning each week and invite them to listen to us. When we come back, we'll be switching gears and of course we're going into conscious parenting like I just mentioned. With that said, I'll be back right soon. Go get yourself a drink and we'll be right. We'll continue talking.
Look for the good in everything. Look for the people who will set your soul free. It always seems impossible until it's done. Look for the good in everyone. Look for the good in everything. Look for the people who will set your soul free. It always seems impossible until it's done. Look for the good in everyone. People done gone crazy. People done gone mad. People done forgot the superpowers we all have. We were born to love, not hate. We can decide our fate and look for the good in everyone and celebrate all our mistakes if there's a silver lining. You still have to find it, find it, find it. Look for the good in everything. Look for the people who will set your soul free. It always seems impossible until it's done. Look for the good in everyone. Everyone needs sunshine. Everyone needs rain. Everyone is carrying around some kind of pain. I see who you are. You're just like me. I see you're searching for a purpose, guided by a dream. I see who you are. I'm just like you. I get lost sometimes and I forget what I came here to do. I I keep on trying. When it gets frightening, look for the good in everything. Look for the people who will set your soul free. It always seems impossible until it's done. Look for the good. Look for the good. Look for the good in everyone. Everyone is nature. Everyone is God. Everyone is love and light and vibration. Look for the good. Look for the good. Everyone gets mad sometimes, and maybe they should. Look for the good. Look for the good. Yeah, look out for all the heroes in your neighborhood. Look for the good. Look for the good. Life sure would be sweeter if everybody would. Look for the good in everything. Look for the people who will set your soul free. It always seems impossible until it's done. Look for the good in everyone. Look for the good in everything. Look for the good. Look for the people who will set your soul free. It always seems impossible until it's done. Look for the good. Look for the good. Look for the good in everyone.
Yes, look for the good in everyone. You are listening to Soma Fusion Radio with your host, Katie Kamara.
One of the greatest
on
questionnaires
Soma
in
Fusion
the history
Media.
of 20th century
And
psychology
we are talking about
had a
conscious
modest start
living,
in the
and
pages
we
of
are
a
going
local
to be talking
Colorado
about,
newspaper,
our
the Rocky
final
Mountain
subject of the
News,
night is
in
conscious
July
parenting.
1985.
So what is
the
conscious
work of two
parenting?
University
Should
of
you try
Denver
it?
psychologists,
You know,
Cindy
before
Hazan and
your
Philip
baby
Shaver,
arrived,
the
you
questionnaire
probably
asked
read,
readers to
I don't know,
identify which
I know
of
I
three
did,
statements
but, you
most
probably
closely
read an
reflected
endless stack
who they
of,
were in love.
parenting books.
To
listened
hugely
thousands of
improve
stories
our
from other
chances of
parents,
thriving
or
in
even read
relationships,
them
we
through
should dare to
numerous
take the same
blogs
test.
all over the internet,
Option
or
A.
watch parenting videos
I find
on
it
YouTube,
relatively easy to get close
and
to
maybe
others
even
and am
swore to your
comfortable
partner
depending
that
on
you'd
them
do the
and having
opposite of
them
everything that your
depend
parents
on me. I don't worry about being abandoned
Sound
or
familiar?
about someone getting
You
too
may
close to
have
me.
even felt confident
Option
in your
B.
parenting choices for
I
your
find that others
not,
are reluctant to
not
get
yet
as close
a challenge
as
because
I would
they
like.
won't burn.
I often worry that
yet
my partner doesn't really love me
Then
or
your baby
won't
arrived,
want to stay with
sprouted
me.
quickly into a
I
small
want to get very
person,
close
and
to my
with their
partner,
own thoughts
and
and
this sometimes
desires,
scares people
and
away.
suddenly the whirlwind of it all
Option
left
C.
you feeling
I
completely
am
unprepared
somewhat
and
uncomfortable being close to others. I find it
feeling
difficult to trust
pressure
them completely,
to make tough
difficult
parenting
to allow
decisions.
myself to depend
You
on
may
them. I'm
have
nervous when
started
anyone
looking
gets
for
too
groups of fellow
close,
parents
and
to
often
seek out
others
advice.
want me to be more intimate
Although these
than
groups,
I
one
feel
of the
comfortable
newer,
being.
sometimes controversial
Which of these
parenting
options
approaches
applies
you may have
to you?
started
A,
to hear about
B,
is
or C?
conscious parenting.
Behind the scenes, the
What is it,
options
though?
refer
And
to the
what
three
does it
main
actually
styles
work?
of relating to
Well,
other
let me give you
people,
a
first identified
definition
by the
about what
English
conscious
psychologist
parenting is.
John Bowlby,
Conscious
the
parenting
inventor
is a
of
term that's
attachment
used by
theory
various
in the
psychologists
1950s and
and
60s.
others
Option
to
A
describe a style of
signals what is
parenting that
known
usually
as a
focuses more on the
secure
parent
pattern
and
of
how
attachment,
mindfulness
whereby
can
love
drive
and
parenting
trust
choices.
come easily.
It's rooted
Option
in a combination
B
of
refers to
Eastern
what's
style
known as the
philosophy and Western
anxious
style
pattern
psychology.
of attachment,
In other words,
where one longs to be intimate
bringing
with others,
together
but is
of
continuously
meditation
scared of
and
letdown and
self-reflection.
often precipitates
Put
crises
most
in
simply,
relationships
conscious
through
parenting asks that
counterproductively
instead of striving
aggressive
to fix your
behavior.
child's
Option C
parents
is what
look
is known
inwards
as
at
the
themselves.
avoidant
Conscious
pattern of
parenting
attachment,
to
where it feels
views
much easier
children as
to avoid the dangers of intimacy
beings,
through solitary
although
activities
admittedly
and emotional
still
withdrawal.
developing over time.
Questionnaires in newspapers are rarely of much use, but Hazan and Shavers is the momentous exception.
And they
If
can
there is
teach
one thing we should do
parents
to
to
improve our
become more
relationships, it is to know
self-aware.
ahead of time which of the three categories we predominantly
One of the
belong
figureheads
to,
of this approach
A,
to
B, or C,
parenting is
and to deploy the
Shefali
knowledge in love so
Sabari.
as to warn ourselves and
She's
others
a
of the
PhD in a
traps
New
we might fall
York-based
into.
clinical
We
psychologist,
then need a little training
author and
because
public
half of
speaker.
us
In
at
case
least
you're wondering
are
how
not
popular she is,
secure in
the
love.
Dalai Lama
We belong
wrote
in the camps
the
of
opening
either
to
the
her first
avoidant or the
Oprah has
anxious,
considered her
and we have,
one of
to
the best
complicate
interviews
matters,
she's ever
an
had.
above
And
average
Pink is a fan
propensity
of her
to
books,
fall in love
which
with someone
include
from
The
the
Conscious
other
Parent,
damaged
The
side,
Awakened
thereby
Family, and Out
aggravating
of
our
Control.
insecurities and defenses in the process.
Shefali suggests
Here is a
that
brief
through
list
serious
of what
consideration of
avoidance
cultural
and
legacies,
anxious types
or
should
to
keep in
put it
mind
more
in their
bluntly,
relationships.
family baggage and personal
If you are an avoidant
conditioning,
with someone anxiously
parents can
attached,
begin to let go of their
recognize
own
the extent to
checklist
which you check out
of
emotionally when things
for
are
how
intense,
life should be
particularly
done.
when
By
there is an
releasing
offer
these
of closeness.
checklists, Shefali
Recognize how you will
believes
tend to prefer
parents free
sex and
themselves of
closeness with
forcing beliefs on
strangers,
their children.
and how nervous you
When
will
this
be
occurs,
around cuddles and
children
kissing.
become free
You
to
probably
develop
don't
their
want to
true
keep the light on
identity.
either. Watch how you
Ultimately,
sabotage
Shefali
long-term
argues
intimacy.
this will
Have
help
compassion
children
that you are
connect with their
afraid
parents since
of what you
they're
really
being
want.
accepted
Think
for
back
who
to how in your
they
past
really are.
closeness would have been
Supporters of
frightening
conscious
because
parenting
people let
believe
you
that this
down,
model prevents
and
the children
observe how
from
you
having
adopted a
an
strategy of
identity
removal
crisis later
to
on in
protect
life.
yourself.
And they also
You are
feel
hurt,
it creates
not bad.
closer bonds with children.
Remind yourself that the
the
present is
conditioning
different
and
from the past,
authoritative
and
style
that you are
common
ruining
in
the
many
present
parental
by bringing to
relationships
it fear-laden
are responsible
dynamics
for the large
that don't
number of
actually
children
belong
who will
there.
pull away from their
It
parents.
may feel like your partner is being aggressive
And you may already
ill-tempered
know
with you
what
for no
peaceful
reason.
parenting
They
is,
are
or
at
at least
heart
are
upset
able to deduce
and unable to
the
express
meaning
their
of parenting
needs in
without
any
punishment.
other way. They
And
want
while
you,
that definition
and that's
conjures
why
up
they are
mild panic
behaving
in
as they
most
are.
parents,
Look beneath
along
their
with
nagging
images of
and their
relinquished control
accusations
to
and
ill-managed
believe
children,
in their
peaceful
underlying
parenting
goodwill.
goes beyond simply
When
no
they attack you,
punishments.
see their
The
longing
key
for love.
elements here
Do
of
that
conscious
very
parenting
frightening
or
thing.
parenting without punishment.
Extend reassurance.
While there
and
are many
explain
elements
calmly
to conscious
the
parenting,
appeal
here are a few
of
key
the cave.
ideas. Parenting is a
If you are
relationship,
an anxious person
not a
with an
one-way
avoidant
transmission
partner,
process.
here are some other
Children
things to bear
are
in mind.
their own unique
Things
people
are not necessarily
who can
as
reach,
bad as they seem. The other person's quiet might just be
who can
quiet,
teach, not reach.
a lack of
Teach
love.
a parent.
Their distance isn't
Conscious
necessarily
parenting is about
meanness.
letting go of a
It might be
parent's
their way
ego,
of maintaining equilibrium.
desires and attachments,
On the other
instead
hand,
of
you are
forcing
not demented
behaviors on
or
child,
needy to want
on
more,
children.
but your way
Parents
of dealing
should
with what
focus
you
on their
legitimately
own
need
language,
may be
their
aggravating
expectations and their
things
self-regulation.
You might be triggering
Instead
your
of
partner
reacting
by
to
asking
issues
for
with
intimacy
consequences,
too
parents should
directly
establish
and also probably
boundaries ahead of
with too
time
much anger.
and use positive
Realize
reinforcement.
that you need to tread
Instead of
lightly
trying
and
to
to be a
fix a
little
momentary
distant
problem like
in
a
requesting
temper
closeness.
tantrum,
Your partner
it's
isn't
important
mean
to
or
look at the
freakish,
process,
merely damaged.
what led up to this
as
event,
are you,
and what does
and
it
that's very
mean
normal.
in a bigger
A
picture.
full 40% of the
Parenting
population
is not just
are
about
in your positions,
making a child
either
happy.
insecurely attached
Children can grow
or
and
anxiously
develop
attached.
through struggles. A parent's
Knowing whether
ego
we can be
and needs
classed
should
as
not
secure,
prevent
avoidant,
a
or
child's
anxious in
growth.
love should be a
Acceptance
basic fact
requires
we
being
grasp
present
about
and
ourselves.
engaging with
The
whatever
next step
situations
is to accept
presents
with grace
themselves.
that if we are either avoidant or
So
anxious,
what are the benefits
we're
of
going
conscious
to need
parenting?
considerable
A
emotional
conscious
schooling
parenting
to
approach
get out of
requires
scratchy
parents to
patterns
engage
and
in
stand a
self-reflection
chance of
and
building
mindfulness
up
on a daily
good
basis.
enough
And this
relationship.
may be beneficial to more than just
Our
your parenting.
relationships book calmly
Engaging in a
guides
mindful
us with calm
self-reflection
and charm
regularly
through the key
can
issues
bring
of
benefits like reduced
relationships
stress and
to ensure
anxiety.
that success in
Daily
love
meditation can
need
also
not be a
produce
matter
a
of
longer
good luck.
attention span.
For more,
Has the
click the link
potential
now.
to reduce age-related memory loss and can even decrease blood pressure and improve sleep. Additionally, its supporters say that conscious parenting can encourage more respectful language use by both parents and children, as well as overall increased communication. One of the key tenets to conscious parenting is that children are full individuals who have something to teach adults. us adults are we parent in styles that we treat our children like adults when it's supposed to be the other. Let a child be. That childhood innocence, let a child be. The child doesn't know how to be an adult because they're still learning. So by parenting children that are recognizing that they're full individuals who have something to teach adults, by truly accepting this belief, requires parents to speak to children from with a certain level of respect and communicate with them frequently. And having frequent respectful conversations with adult models, adult role models, i.e. the parents, if you are one of those fit into that category, whatever that may be, in a healthy, positive relationship, can give the skills for children to use in other areas of their life. In 2019, a study also suggests that there are benefits to children engaging children with high quantity and high quality language in early childhood. Researchers note that the types of conversations promoted by conscious parenting styles may result in improved cognition, fewer signs of aggression, and advanced development in children. So, what does peaceful parenting focus on? Let's give you an example here. If you're controlling the environment, that could be locking the pantry door rather than punishing the child who sneaks the treats. Emotional regulation of the parent. And that could be deep breaths and a calm voice. Connection with the child. Because the greatest influence on behavior is emotional connection. A lot of us parents, we do things without thinking. And so that emotional connection, dropping the ego, is beneficial. So how is conscious parenting different? Well, it's actually the same. Only maybe best thought up as one level up. Think of it as when Mario eats that mushroom and grows up a little bit into Super Mario. That's conscious parenting, super parenting. It has all of the components of peaceful parenting, but with a much larger focus on the parent. And it's not about raising the child again. It's about raising the parent. The best way to explain this paradigm shift is through an example. Your 2-year-old refuses to put on his shoes. When the usual persuasion methods prove unsuccessful, you grow frustrated. You threaten punishment and attempt to control the child and the situation. It doesn't work. You become angry. You yell. You threaten bigger punishments. No iPad in the car for you. See? Now at this point, you're controlling the environment. You place the shoes out along with the socks so the child doesn't get lost and frustrated with the task of finding matching pairs. There's an example for you. Emotional regulation of the parent. That could mean calming your internal mood, deep breathing, not raising your voice. Connection with the child could mean you get down on your hands and knees to their eye level to seek to understand and need underneath the refusal or the tantrum. It could be, is she tired? Is she worried about something? And help her express her worries. But here is when we get bonus points for conscious parenting. We use a deep level of introspection and self-awareness to see why we're triggered. It's a fancy word for meaning overly angry. And then we ask ourselves, why? Back to the why question. You remember the why? And that's the secret sauce, the why. Are you triggered because you have fear of running late and that dreadful things would happen? Conscious parenting is about bringing your awareness to hidden fear, those subconscious thoughts running in the background that you metaphorically hit the Control-Alt-Delete. You stop those fears. But we'd hit the traffic and we'd be an hour late if we don't leave right now. Well, maybe you will and maybe you won't. But don't let that thought run the show. And you realize that yelling caused by hidden fear in the background, not because your child refuses to put on her shoes. Let me take this Windows PC metaphor way too far here. When you are angry, yelling, or punishing, that's a pop-up window. Open your task manager and end that thought. Fear or anger running in the background, or at least reduce its control. Simply acknowledging the thoughts are there is the best way to reduce the control on your behavior. Because at the end of the day, conscious parenting is about the recognition that parenting is all about you and your internal world. We live in a monkey see, monkey do society. We always say that the way that we do things is parenting the future children, the children of the future. So if you're getting angry and the child doesn't understand or know what they are expressing, then how are they supposed to know what you're doing? You're making the problem worse. Do you see where I'm going with this? They're a child, they're still learning. But by having that connection, you're able to understand and come to full awareness. In traditional parenting, to give you a comparison of the two main styles, traditional parenting main focus is on the child. His main tools is discipline and punishment. It uses high level of control. It sees the child as an object. It results in power struggles, ruptured connections, rebellion, and dependence on consequences. And it's inspired and influenced by habits, outdated beliefs, and childhood experiences. Whereas that's traditional. The conscious parenting, its main focus is on the internal world of the parent. Its main tool is the connection with the child. It uses high level of introspection and self-awareness. It sees the child as a teacher. It results in deeper connections, greater influence, elevated role models as in teacher to child, more self-control of triggers and emotions. And it's inspired and influenced by science and research. But what are the drawbacks of conscious parenting? For parents seeking a quick, clear-cut fix to parenting challenges, conscious parenting may not be a great match for several reasons. Because first, it takes a long time to achieve that amount of self-reflection and internal control necessary to parent in a way called for by this style. And after all, supporters of conscious parenting believe it is necessary to release your own baggage to allow your child to be their true, authentic self. And that won't happen overnight. That's like healing our own traumas. Secondly, conscious parenting requires that parents give their children the opportunity to struggle and fail. And this, of course, means that it will be very, very messy and it will take time. Supporters of conscious parenting believe that at this time and struggle is necessary for a child to grapple with important issues that will define them. However, for some parents, watching it happen may be difficult if they have a chance to prevent their child from experiencing failure or pain. Thirdly, for parents who look like black and white for answers to handling problems with their children, conscious parenting can be troubling. Conscious parenting does not endorse if an A then a B approach to parenting. This type of parenting requires that adults relinquish significant amounts of control to their child. Less dictation means things may get a little fuzzier and less predictable. But instead, there are always being clear course of action. There's always a clear course of action. Conscious parenting insists that parents work with children to sort through issues as they arise and stay in the moment. Additionally, conscious parenting may pose unique challenges when parenting younger children. And there are going to be at times for safety, a parent needs to take action immediately. And it's not always possible to pause and reflect when your responsibility is to keep your child safe. And finally, for some parents, the key beliefs behind the conscious parenting perspective can hit a nerve. For example, one of the more controversial lines in the conscious parenting states, parenting is not that complicated or difficult once we become conscious, because a conscious person is naturally loving and authentic. It's like that most parents have sometimes, if not daily, felt that parenting is, in fact, pretty complicated and often difficult. But when considering any parenting philosophy, there may be times another philosophy makes more sense. Conscious parenting may not be the right fit for every situation or child, depending on other parenting views and personalities of people involved. Most parents just rely on a mixture of parenting philosophies when raising their children and base their actions on complex combination of factors. So I'm just presenting one philosophy of many that can be adopted. But I am a true believer of someone that really has connection with my own children. Because of my upbringing, I don't believe in violence or punishment. Been there, done that before. And so my parenting style is to directly, emotionally connect with my children. And of course, yes, they have the added bonus that I am a therapist. So that I rely on talk therapy with my children in order to understand and give them time to reflect, to cool down. But if you're confused about what implementing this might look like in real life, don't worry, you're not alone. I'm going to give you some real life examples on the conscious parenting style in action. Imagine that your 5-year-old has been left alone and gotten hold of the scissors, every parent's worst nightmare. They've decided to play barbershop and use their new cutting skills on their hair, and you just walked in and seen the result. So in action, what this looks like is that you would breathe. So instead of reacting in rage and horror, providing an immediate punishment or placing blame on the child, as a parent practicing conscious parenting, you'd take a second breath and center yourself. Take a moment to move the scissors into a safe location. Then you would reflect. It's important to take time to reflect on any triggers or emotions this event may have stirred up inside before expressing them towards your child. Think before you act. Chances are that at least a little part of you is thinking about what all the other parents on the other playground will be thinking when they see your child next. Time to let that go. Then you set boundaries. Conscious parenting does include setting boundaries, particularly when it comes to requesting respectful communication. So if your child asked to use the scissors earlier and was told that it could only occur with a parent present for safety reasons, then this would be a time to mention the violation of the boundary that had been set. However, you also need to consider how you would help your child moving forward, like moving the scissors to a location where they can't access it on their own. And remember, conscious parenting strives for connection and authentic relationships while focusing on the bigger picture that long term, this isn't about ill-cut hair. Number 4, accept. Finally, instead of getting upset that your child's hair may not look the most professional, conscious parenting would ask you to accept the hair for what it is now. You can go ahead and fix it, but no need to mourn past hairdos. It's time to practice releasing the ego. If you could even use this as an opportunity to work with your child to create a new hairdo if they desired one. But here's my takeaway. On conscious parenting. It's possible that everything described about conscious parenting resonates with the way that you think parenting should be done. And on the other hand, you may disagree with it all strongly. And you're definitely not alone, however you feel. No one style of parenting works perfectly for every child or situation. So it's important to learn about the different parenting philosophies so you never know when it will come in handy. And perhaps you'll even be leading the answering crew in your next parent group. And finally, let me tell you what the elements of a truly healthy life or even a conscious life is. And when you hear the word health, you probably immediately think about physical health. But actually, health encompasses many areas of a human life besides physical side and those areas that need to be healthy too. Why? Because there's no sense in being healthy in one area of your life, but being sick in other areas. It's only when you're healthy in all areas that you start to truly live a life worth living. And so what areas of those life are? There's 7 of them. The first one is physical health. And this one everybody knows about, okay? How can you improve your health today? Are you getting sick? You're not as strong or limber as you could otherwise be. Check your physical health. Number 2, mental health. This pertains to your self-development, a large portion of which relies on continually learning new things. Is your life stagnant right now? Have you settled into a mindless routine that is getting incredibly old very quickly? It might be time to read an eye-opening new book or learn a useful skill. A new one at that. Number 3, family health. In the past, family integrity was super important for the development of children into adults. Today, in most of the Western world, that importance seems all but gone. But don't follow the trend. Instead, pick up the torch and ask yourself, how can I make my family happier and stronger moving forward? Number 4, financial health. This is not just about making enough money. It's also preparing for possibility of dying too, with insurance or living too long, with careful investments and resilient retirement funds. Number 5, vocational health. This basically means that of earning a living, your career, your businesses, your investments, and so on. It's also important that your primary means of being useful to the world and finding meaning as a human. There are many ways to put food on the table. You don't choose something that's meaningless and destructive. Number 6, social health. Life is so much richer and more rewarding when shared with friends. Many studies believe loneliness is as strong as depression. So build your network. Have friends, business contacts, work partners, hobby buddies. Join volunteer groups and ministries. That's not to say that you can't be an island. You can definitely try. But a network will help you achieve what you want in less time, with less stress, and a lot more fun. Number 7, spiritual health. For myself and many others, there is this is the most important area of life to keep healthy. Whether you keep yourself spiritually healthy by following an organized religion, or you follow your own personal meditations and keep that communication line to the divine open, it's going to bless your life in an unexpected, unimaginable, wonderful ways. Being healthy in all areas of your life requires a lot of work, discipline, and sacrifice. But in the beginning, most of the work will consist of simply cutting yourself free from whatever is binding you to failure, frustration, and mediocrity. For some, it's bad habits like excessive alcohol or watching TV. For others, it's toxic relationships with the wrong kinds of people. Every person is different. So ask yourself right now, which areas of your life do you need to work on? Which areas are less than healthy? List down the things that you can do to shore up your health in those areas and get to work. The good news is that when you start becoming healthier in all areas of your life, good things start to happen. You find better work, you build better relationships, you meet better people. And all of that will add up and help you achieve the success, happiness, and meaning you've always wanted. And I hope that what I've spoken here about tonight has sparked within you the desire to commit to rediscovering and reconnecting. Learning about how to find yourself can be a long journey, but it's worth walking. Without finding out who you truly are, you will be forever lost in life, forever making the same mistakes over and over again. To find yourself is to be yourself, and to be yourself is to find yourself. And there is both an individual and transpersonal element to finding yourself. It is a path necessary for outer and inner growth. And my hope is that now that you have a new path to follow and some valuable advice to absorb, you may take it on and thrive. Discern what I said. You don't have to believe any of what I said in this show. It's up to you. Go discern it. Absorb the information. See what you can do with it. So with that said, you are listening to Soma Fusion Radio with your host, Katie Kamara, on Soma Fusion Media. Again, look me up on my websites at soma-fusion.com, somafusionmedia.com. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe at the show. Go over to Facebook on Soma Fusion Media. There's a page over there. Share a like the page, and then share the posts. And invite everybody else over there. Also go over to Soma Fusion Mind, Body, and Soul YouTube channel. Press the like button or subscribe. Press the little bell button. And we have shows almost every single day of the week. So at least you'll be informed about it. And of course, I'll be back next week doing more massive shows like I normally do every single week. Next week on the 7th of April, I'm going to be doing a show on Magnum Opus, which is all about the ultimate goal of alchemy. And it is a process known as the greater work, or the Magnum Opus in Latin. And this involves spiritual transformation and the shedding of impurities, the joining of opposites, and the refinement of materials. So exactly what the end result of this profound transformation is varies from author to author. Could be self-realization, communion with the divinity, fulfillment of purpose. But indeed, the part of transformation or transmutation may involve a better understanding of what the end goal really is. And after all, it is accepted that a few, if any, alchemists have ever reached their goal. The pursuit of the goal is every bit as important as the goal itself. And the final show is the next show I should say that we're scheduling on the 14th is practical. It was all about practical intimacy, and we're going to be talking about how to make your relationship more passionate and more intimate, more loving. And I'm going to give you an ultimate sexuality guide. And of course, this is going to enhance for you to have a now I've got sexual in my head. What the hell? A successful relationship obviously thrives on 5 types of intimacy: emotional intimacy, sexual intimacy, spiritual intimacy, intellectual intimacy, and recreational intimacy. And of course, we'll be discussing in that show on the 14th of April on how couples can create all 5 types of intimacy to achieve true satisfaction in their own lives or in their relationship. Again, if you support my work, you can go over to patreon.com/SomaFusion. If you want to go over to PayPal, there is a little PayPal button right at the top of my website on somafusionmedia.com. If you support my work or want to support the network, you can make a donation there. No obligation whatsoever. So again, I hope I could have been of service for you today. Enjoy your journey. In truth, it is totally exciting, even if what most of us seem to see is pain and suffering and hardship and all the lows of life. So from a higher perspective, everything that happens in life serves our growth, and realizing this lies our inner peace. So with that said, I'm all about empowerment and education. Please stay safe. Have a beautiful Easter of this weekend, and look out for one another. I love you all. Till next week.